doesn't have any money?
Yes, sir. $300.
From your diocese?
No,
Oh.
he's just a visitor.
Since we need to have you,
He's upset
a packet, I
because he doesn't have any money?
Hero, right? But you have to wear it with this on the front.
I'm reaching for my wallet. What does he need? Oh, okay. He needs. Can't get into an ATM. He's on the list. Yes. Good morning. Father, we are, I've just instructed the secretary not to worry about your registration fee. We're just taken care of. You're very welcome. Well, we're just Haberlin. Mark Haberlin. You are in the Synod of the Anglican Catholic Church. Now, which are you looking for?
Well, I think I'm the right one.
Okay.
Is the village ready?
Yes, you are. Father Brackett, would you please come speak to Mrs. Weaver?
I'll track down your name for you. Okay, I'll get you. Thank you. Just one second.
We're trying to have a live, is it a live stream of the synod, and that requires more, apparently you all are online. That's okay, but please don't, if you can, don't use the Hilton Honors Wi-Fi network, because that's what we're trying to use here. Use your, I'm not much about cell phones, but the magic that allows you to check email with your phone. And that will free up maybe more for Father Foggin. Oh, you want Braddock? Oh, I'm sorry. Father Braddock, not Brackett. Father Braddock. He doesn't appear to be in here yet. Are you ready for me to begin? What about these two names? Just try to distribute them. Elsa Bissett. Is Elsa Bissett here? How about Father June Paul Canillo? Okay. And Father Braddock is not here yet? I know he's here, but he's not in the room. The Lord be with you. Let us pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive thy trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. O gracious Father, we beseech thee for thy holy Catholic Church, that thou wouldest be pleased to fill it with all truth in all peace. Where it is corrupt, purify it. Where it is in error, direct it. Where in anything it is amiss, reform it. Where it is right, establish it. Where it is in want, provide for it. Where it is divided, reunite it, for the sake of him who died and rose again, and ever liveth to make intercession for us, Jesus Christ our Lord. Almighty and everlasting God, who by thy Holy Spirit didst preside in the council of the blessed apostles, and hast promised through thy Son, Jesus Christ, to be with thy church to the end of the world. We beseech thee to be with the synod of thy church here assembled in thy name and presence. Save us from all error, ignorance, pride, and prejudice. And of thy great mercy vouchsafe, we beseech thee, so to direct, sanctify, and govern us in our work by the mighty power of the Holy Ghost, that the comfortable gospel of Christ may be truly preached, truly received, and truly followed in all places, to the breaking down the kingdom of sin, Satan, and death, till at length the whole of thy dispersed sheep, being gathered into one fold, shall become partakers of everlasting life, through the merits and death of Jesus Christ, our Savior. All right, you should have in your packet a proposed agenda. The shield of the ACC is in the top right and left-hand corners, and it should be 3 printed pages. We will take up the adoption of the agenda in due course. Our first item of business is the bishop's charge to synod. If the bishop has it. Well, it's not there. That means it's in my room. Yes. You didn't put it in my packet, did you? Okay. Mrs. Weaver is going to let me read it from her computer since I've sent it to her. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, amen. Your Grace, my Lord's Bishop, Venerable, very Reverend and dear Fathers, ladies and gentlemen. When last our paths came together in this synod, we remained partially shackled by public health regulations. This year we gather much more freely and in larger numbers, thank God. We welcome the presence of many of our bishops and friends from dioceses outside the United States, while a few were unable to join us due to difficulties in obtaining U.S. visas. Also, when last we met, we did not have a joint synods, but an ACC Provincial Synod, although we did have visitors from the APA and ACA. Now we are back to full joint synods. We are particularly pleased to welcome Archbishop Dominic Sonwabo Mdayewa from our new province of Southern Africa, not new work, but newly established as a province. Archbishop Dominic is accompanied by his comprovincial Bishop Samuel Banzana and his canon to the order, Canon Themba Busakwe. The establishment of the province of Southern Africa, or POSA, was one of the chief acts of our previous provincial synod in September 1921. 2 months later, Canon Fagan and I traveled to South Africa for the inaugural provincial synod of POSA, for the consecration of new bishops for that province, and for the election and enthronement of Archbishop Dominic as Posa's first metropolitan. Those developments were all positive, I believe, and are bearing good fruit. How do I make the scroll this? Oh, these wonderful devices. The other principal accomplishment of our last Provincial Synod was the decision of the Diocese of the Holy Cross to join the ACC. I believe DHC has grown since that decision, and I know certainly that the ACC has benefited from the vitality of many DHC congregations and clergy, and from the energy and leadership of Bishop Hewitt. One apparent result of Corona tide is that my travel schedule outside the U.S. has now moved from 3 or 4 trips a year to 1 or 2. This change, among other things, reflects the growing number of ACC bishops outside the U.S., and of course the fact that Posa now has its own metropolitan and more bishops. Since our last Provincial Synod, extending into the present, we note very grave difficulties in many places where our church works. Haiti, which I last visited in late 2019, at present is extremely dangerous. While our own Haitian work seems relatively secure for the moment, the areas where we are working are not, and our clergy and our faithful in Haiti could very quickly find themselves in great danger. Meanwhile, Father Bien-Aimé, our longtime Vicar General there, is in Florida receiving treatment for cancer. Likewise, the security situation in Pakistan for Christians is poor. And Bishop Mushtaq Andrew, although he was given a visa, was not given his visa. He was granted a visa, but was not returned his passport with his visa in time to join us. Just in August, in Pakistan, a number of churches and Christian homes were burnt. Eastern Congo and South Sudan also remain dangerous due to guerrilla activity, refugee, and economic crises, and in South Sudan, again, the problem of Muslim extremism. These problems, of course, are piled on top of what we might call the normal difficulties faced by our clergy as they minister in very poor and difficult circumstances. Our prayers have been solicited by all of the bishops concerned for these difficult situations. Nonetheless, we are growing. In South Africa, several dioceses have been added to the province, as Archbishop Dominic will tell us later. In the Philippines, the College of Bishops yesterday accepted the petition to accept a new diocese of Mindanao and have elected their first bishop. And likewise, we elected a bishop for the existing Diocese of the Philippines to replace the late Bishop John Benedict MacDonald. In Congo, since our last synod, we added a new diocese, the Diocese of Eastern Congo, and a new bishop was consecrated for that diocese. In Nairobi, Bishop Lamek Mtundu, the consecration handled by the existing Bishop of Congo, Bishop Stephen Ayula Malenge, and Bishop John Ndegwa, the host bishop in Nairobi, and Bishop Alphonse Ndutia from Cameroon. We have lost, of course, also in the last 2 years, longtime leaders and friends. Bishop Romy Michael Starks, with whom many of us have worked for 40 years, entered life eternal in August. I sang his requiem in his beloved Pro-Cathedral of St. Edward's, Indianapolis, and for the moment I am serving as Episcopal visitor to the bereaved diocese. More about that later. We also earlier this year lost our stalwart and always reassuring counselor, Dr. Frank Wiswall. Canon Hollister some years ago reminded us of our tremendous debt to Dr. Hollister, whose deep knowledge of canon and secular law and expertise in international law provided expert guidance to our church for the last quarter century. Regarding this synod's necessary business, the canonists are proposing 4 canonical changes, 1 concerning clergy retirement, and 3 concerning the extension of time limits for presentments in some cases involving purported clergy abuse. I will not editorialize about these matters from the chair, but do hope you will all read and consider with care the proposals, which are in your packet, and the accompanying commentary of the Constitution and Canons Committee. To the best of my knowledge, the other business of this synod will be largely routine, a matter of receiving reports, approving budgets, and adopting resolutions. We welcome again to this synod representatives from the Polish National Catholic Church. Bishop Paul Sobaczewski, who is the PNCC co-chairman of the dialogue, is with us, and Father Rob Nemkevich, who is the PNCC's ecumenical officer, is as well. They're sitting in the very, very back of the room, which is where I would be sitting too if I weren't standing in the very, very front of the room. We also welcome again Bishops David Epps, and I haven't seen Bishop Epps or Archbishop Bates. I have seen Bishop Simpson. Are Bishop Epps and Archbishop Bates here? Bishop Epps will not be here. What about Bishop Bates? Archbishop Bates is here. So we welcome Bishop Simpson, who has attended all of our joint synods since 2017 and maybe before, and Archbishop Epps, this will be his first ACC synod. In March of this year, these are past informal contacts led to a formal meeting hosted by St. George's Church in Columbus, Georgia. It's not an ACC parish, but I was the founder thereof. I'd never seen their building, and it was very nice to see. It's a beautiful church. Again, the G3 participants left that dialogue feeling that, in the words of one of our priests, we were talking to people with whom we have much in common, which is always our sense with the PNCC. Our banquet speaker for this joint synod was to be Bishop Ryan Reed, who is the Bishop Ordinary of the Diocese of Fort Worth, the largest diocese in the Anglican Church of North America. We received word yesterday late that Bishop Reed's father is dying, and he has hit the road to drive across Texas to be with his father in what may well be his deathbed. And so he sends his apologies. We're going to have to come up with a banquet speaker fast. So we'll be thinking about that. I should also say that we invited the bishops of the Anglican province of Christ the King, and Bishop Ben Jones was assigned by the bishops of the APCK to be with us. Unfortunately, again, Bishop Jones's wife is quite ill, and he has canceled all of his travel for a month. He was also to be with the clericus of the Diocese of the Mid-Atlantic States a couple weeks ago, and that was the first travel he had to cancel. He sends his regrets. We do have Father Brown from the APCK parish in Huntsville, Alabama, and Deacon Stephen Hawley, who is assisting at one of the Diocese of the South's congregations, St. Mary's Winter Haven. They are both with us from the APCK. Bishop Jones did attend 2 visitations I had in North Carolina in the summer near him. He lives in Raleigh, and we have very cordial relations with him. With our budget of business being relatively light this year, Bishop Scarlett, Archbishop Jones, Archbishop Chad Jones, and others involved in a multi-church group of mission enthusiasts are taking more prominent roles in presenting workshops connected with mission and parish growth. and we hope we'll have more time than sometimes we do for that fruitful pastoral work. Finally, in a manner congruent with the missions emphasis of the Synod, let me say that I have proposed to the bishops, and they have approved the idea that we borrow an idea from the Anglican province of America, which has been fruitful for them. That is, I believe the St. Paul Mission Society, whose work has primarily been a matter of channeling funds to our work in the Global South, should take a more prominent role in domestic missions, particularly by taking on an annual project. In 2024, we will take on the attempt to rejuvenate and renew an in-town Atlanta parish of my diocese, our church. Father Creighton McElveen, who's known to many of you, will be the priest leading that. Father McElveen was, as a layman, the administrator of the largest continuing church parish in the United States at the time, where he also later served as deacon and priest. I believe he has the skills and knowledge to grow a parish. I have already received one pledge totaling $25,000 for this project, and a gift of $8,000 is in hand also, with about $12,000 provided by the parish. We have enough at this point to guarantee Father McElveen $4,000 a month to work full-time on this project. The parish is in a gentrified, in-town neighborhood filled with unchurched young folks who are not, he has studied the matter, hostile to Christianity, just deeply ignorant of it. And I believe he, again, has the capacity to grow the church there. Is Father McElveen in the room? Come on forward. Come higher, friend. That's the penalty when you sit all the way in the back. You have to walk all the way forward. I knew someone who got married at the Roman Catholic Cathedral in Savannah, Georgia, and he said, "That is the longest church I've ever been in." Just say hello.
Firstly, I just want to say hello to everybody here. As the Archbishop mentioned, I've been in the APA where this sort of approach to missions has been very successful. We've seen a lot of fruit come from focusing our efforts every year in building parishes and churches, supporting priests. And I think in a lot of ways that's the kind of heart of what we're doing when we're building missions, when we're revitalizing parishes, is we need to get priests in parishes so that they can do the work of spreading the gospel, building community, and really making an impact in the places that they're ministering. So I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to the opportunity in Atlanta. I think it's a really special opportunity. There's a lot going on in Inman Park. There's a lot going on in the metropolitan area at large. And I think we could see, if we are faithful and committed and we work hard, I think we could see some really great growth. And more importantly, I think we can see some really, really good growth spiritually. Numbers are good. That helps. Having some cash, it helps. Ultimately, though, our mission is to win souls for the kingdom and to foster a growth in holiness. And so I'm very excited to get this project underway and see what we can do. If you feel generous, please consider giving. If your parishes feel like they want to take part in this, we'd love the help and the support. But most importantly, we covet your prayers. My wife and I know the neighborhood. We've lived in the neighborhood in the past. She went to college at Emory, and so she knows that part of town pretty well. But we are excited, but we desperately covet and appreciate your prayers and intercessions as we kind of begin this particular project. So thank you.
The McElveens also are happy about to have a baby, so I think we may anticipate 2024. I think we may anticipate that 2024 will be a highly stressful period for Father McElveen. Joyous, yes, indeed. We certainly hope so. There will be an appeal for the St. Paul Mission Society going out within the next month or so, and that will include both solicitation of support for the budgeted out of the U.S. work, which you will see detailed in the financial reports and the proposed budgets, but also will include a component of fundraising for St. Hilda's. It would be great if we could raise $100,000. You have a nice head start with almost half of that in hand. So 2025, we'll pick another parish in another diocese, and there maybe the bishop concerned can also raise $25,000 to start out with. I am glad you are here. I'm glad I'm here. I pray that together we will all conclude that the time, money, and effort it took for us to be here are worthwhile. God bless you, and on with the work of the Synod. Bishop Woodman was alarmed to find himself chairman of the Credentials Committee. I said, that's all right, Bishop. You don't have to do any work. You have a priest and a layman, and you're a bishop, so you just tell them to do all the work. So he's much relieved, and he tells me that Father Michael Weaver is going to present the report of the Committee on Credentials, which Bishop Woodman did carefully supervise.
He worked me so hard, the battery on my computer's dying. The Credentials Committee met this morning and presents the following as its report. The original province of the Anglican Catholic Church has 8 full dioceses and 11 missionary dioceses or districts. If fully represented, there would be 19 Episcopal delegates, 143 lay delegates, and 121 clerical delegates. Of this number, a quorum is constituted of 11 Episcopal delegates, 73 lay, and 62 clerical. The Archbishop, with the exception of the missionary diocese of New Granada, has excused all of the overseas or non-U.S. dioceses from attending synod. Archbishop has also excused all of the overseas bishops and the Right Reverend Rocco Florenza, the Right Reverend Stanley Lasarchek, and the Right Reverend William McLean from attending synod. According to Canon 8.2.01, excused diocesan delegates are removed from the numbers necessary for quorum. Therefore, with those removals, the numbers necessary for quorum are 4 Episcopal delegates, 39 lay delegates, and 37 clerical delegates. We also make sure that all those lay, clerical, and Episcopal delegates present from the excused dioceses, missionary dioceses, and districts be granted seat, voice, and vote at this provincial synod. Currently, there are 10 Episcopal delegates registered, 60 lay delegates, and 53 clerical delegates. The Credentials Committee asserts that there is a quorum present. Further, the Credentials Committee makes the following motions: that the Most Reverend Dominic Manduela, the Right Reverend Samuel Banzana, and the Canon, I'm going to mess your name up, sorry, Bosakwe. Did I get that right? Okay, we're good. From visitors from the province of Southern Africa be granted seat and voice. And so I don't mess up any other names, that other visitors from the TAC, CEC, APCK, PNC, APA, and ACA be granted seat and voice at this synod. I move the adoption of this report and all motions therein.
Dr. Lloyd, it's now on the floor. It doesn't require a second, does it? All right, you can call for a vote.
Okay.
Discussion and then call for a vote.
Any discussion? You want to read the spreadsheet? If there's no discussion, all in favor? Report and all motions therefore being adopted, the total number of delegates at this synod are 10 Episcopal delegates, 60 lay delegates, and 53 clerical delegates, subject to change with some late arrivals.
See, Bishop Woodman, that wasn't so bad. We always enjoy hearing from Bishop Woodman. Maybe you want to be a banquet speaker? See, we bounced. Bishop Scarlett was to be the banquet speaker, and in typical Haverland fashion, I double booked. So I was told Bishop Reed was going to come, and I said, well, let's make him the banquet speaker. And I said, well, that's a great idea. And then I realized Bishop Scarlett had not only been asked, but had accepted. So I asked him if he would mind switching to being the preacher at the principal Mass, and he agreeably said, that's fine, don't worry. And Bishop Hewitt, who was to be the preacher, kindly said, oh, that's okay, we'll have Bishop Scarlett be preacher. I was to preside at the Mass, so I asked Bishop Hewitt instead to preside at the Mass, and I can even sit in the congregation. So you can, I don't know, maybe I'm going senile or maybe I'm really clever, I don't know. All right, we are now at item 5. We're ready for the roll call of the diocese, and I call upon the Provincial Secretary, Mrs. Weaver, to call the roll.
Having heard the Credentials Committee report, unless anyone objects, I am not planning on calling all of the overseas dioceses that have been excused. And I hear no objections. Diocese of the Holy Cross. Thank you. Diocese of the Mid-Atlantic States. Diocese of the South.
Present.
Diocese of New Orleans. Diocese of the Midwest. Diocese of Holy Trinity. Missionary Diocese of the Resurrection. Missionary Diocese of Australia and New Zealand. Missionary Diocese of the Caribbean. Did Father Charles arrive? No. But no. Missionary Diocese of New Granada. Missionary Diocese of Christ the Redeemer. Missionary Diocese of Awil. Diocese of Awil. And Missionary Diocese of Kenya. Do we know where Bishop Ndegwa is? He's here. Okay. Come higher, Bishop. Also, just to let you know, for our Diocese of the Holy Cross, our newest members, we have spaces up here in the front, and we ask that all delegates please sit together so that when we do have to have the canonical vote, that we can keep all of our delegates together. And so if there are delegates back in the back that are trying to hide, please come forward and sit with your diocese. There are quite a few empty spaces here for Diocese of the South and Diocese of New Orleans and Diocese of Holy Cross are missing spaces, and I know you're all back there. Also, I'm going to just point while I have the microphone. We've been asked many times. Your name badge is your banquet ticket, unless you have a special dietary restriction. If you have allergies, then you have a little yellow banquet ticket. If you don't have a yellow banquet ticket, you still get to eat, but your name badge is your ticket. okay? So don't lose your name badge, and don't lose your yellow ticket either if you have one.
Aha! Yes. The lurkers appear. Elsa Bissett. Father Canillo. You both apparently need to speak to Mrs. Weaver. I don't know what about. While Mrs. Weaver is doing that, I brought 3 copies of the new printing of the altar edition of the Anglican Missal, which is a very beautiful book, also suitable for gentle weightlifting. They are $275 a piece. I do not want to return to Georgia with them. So check or cash would be most welcome. 2 of them are wrapped up in cellophane. 1 is not, so it could be perused if you like. So I have 2 of them down here and 1 up in my room, and would be glad to get rid of them. I'm also looking for an immensely large bishop. I don't think we have any anymore. They all used to be huge. We had a College of Bishops meeting once in my parish, and the ladies of the parish served breakfast and lunch in the parish hall, and Dot Montgomery said, "Father Mark, do you know what the ladies are calling the bishops?" And I said, "No, what?" She said, "The Purple Mountain's Majesty." Well, they've all died. God rest their souls. But Bishop Starks, again, God rest his soul, died in August, and lots of his vestments are here, and I don't think his cassock and cassocks and such would fit any of our current bishops. And I asked Archbishop Chad Jones if any of his bishops were immense, and he said no. I don't think there are any huge ACA bishops, but keep your eye out. I also had a bunch of his 21-inch clerical collars, and I went up to every priest who I thought might be and found somebody. So I got rid of 4 brand new clerical collars. All right. We have determined, okay, Bishop LaRoe, you are chairman of the Committee on Agenda and the Standing Rules of Conduct, and Bishop LaRoe does his work himself.
I don't think Debbie Weaver believes that comment. Well, good morning, everyone. It's good to see you here. All of you should have a copy of the agenda, which is in your packets. She's very kind. If you would take it out just for a moment and just peruse it very quickly, you'll see that there's only 1 or 2 things I'd like to bring your attention to that I really would like, and the Archbishop mentioned it earlier, to take out of your packet sometime today and read over the issues having to do with the Constitution and Canons Committee. If you like to ask a few questions about that, you'll be schooled up on it already to know what that's all about. Other than that, I ask you just to take a look and see if there's anything there that we've missed from last year from old business. Anything new that you would like to have on the agenda for for this year. I see you want to have a short meeting. Okay, so at this point, I'd like to move that the acceptance of the agenda at this point. I don't. Ms. Kylander? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, thank you very much. Now, if you would please take a look at the appointments. Well, let me just do there's also another sheet of paper in your packet. I don't think it really needs to be accepted or moved in any way, but you'll find it the standing rules of conduct. This means there's no smoking or chewing and spitting. And I mean that not at each other, okay? And we like to keep a decent and cordial love and compassion between each and every one of us. These are very normal ones that we have been using for years, so please do take a look at those and learn to be kind to one another. Also, I've spoken to just about everyone that's for these appointments. Dr. Lloyd to be the appointment for his parliamentarian, he's agreed to do that. Father Foggin, Canon Foggin, is going to be our timekeeper. Also, I've spoken with Jackie Kylander. Jackie, raise your hand over there. She's right over here in Diocese of the South. So she will be the head teller. And I also spoken to everyone else that's on the list there, except for Katie Moore. Is Katie here? Kate, are you willing to be a teller? I don't know what that means. Well, Jackie will tell you. Okay. Other than that, I don't think this needs to be accepted. I don't think so. Yeah, so we're all good. Thank you all very much.
I would also like to ask the Synod to grant seat and voice to Father Philip Kuta and Nora. Father Kuta's in the back with Nora, and Father Kuta is acting as our intermediary for the establishment of a new ACC work in Tanzania. Father Kuta was born in the United States and is a citizen and lives here, but is a Tanzanian and was educated there. And a significant group of Anglicans are leaving have already left the Canterbury Communion and are have already organized parishes, and it makes sense that diocese, and then I think rather quickly dioceses, become part of the province of Southern Africa. And Archbishop Dominic has already agreed in principle to visit. They have about 500 confirmations that are needed in short order, and that will give a chance for greater familiarization. But Father Kuta and I have been in contact for a few months, and we felt this was a good occasion for him to see how the ACC operates, at least at this level, and also a good occasion for him to meet the leaders of neighboring dioceses and the province of Southern Africa, as well as Bishop Ndegwa in Nairobi. Is there a motion to grant seat and voice to the Kutas? Father Brackett, Mr. Bullock. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. So, thank you for being with us, Father. I am now longing to read the minutes to you from 2021. And I'm assuming that's what you want me to do? I heard Father Weaver to say he moved the adoption of the minutes as distributed by the secretary. And Mr. Bullock seconded that well-formed motion. I know that will disappoint some of you when I call for discussion. All right, we'll vote. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The minutes are adopted. I am unaware of any business arising out of the minutes from the 24th Provincial Synod. Would anyone correct me, please, if needed, on this one issue? All right, I'm seeing no one. We can come back to that if you discover something. So that brings us to the financials, beginning with the bursar's report. Joan, you want me to do it the way I did, or do you want to do it? Okay. So as usual, Joan, Mrs. DiMartino's report consists of a full year report for the previous year, so the 2022 reports, and then year-to-date reports for the current year. Obviously, although sometimes laymen believe it, we are in fact not members of the Church Clairvoyant, so we are unable to tell you what the finances for the next 3 months will be. Let's move on to the full year 2022 report. If you were in the meetings of the Administrative Council 2 days ago or the College of Bishops yesterday, you will have that report in perhaps in that packet, but otherwise you should have it in your synod packet. So, looks like this. At the bottom it says December 31st, 2022. Page 1 is the balance sheet, which is very similar to past years. The Merrill Lynch funds that are IBM, Merrill Lynch holds IBM stock belonging to us, and that amount is being whittled down over the years because we are using it to draw on to cover deficits and operations, and there, as long as I've known the ACC, have been such deficits. So that figure for the end of 2022 was 52,000. Keep that in mind as we look at the year-to-date figures later on. Page 2 shows you income receipts for 2022 and then expenditures. The center column of numbers is the budget, which was adopted by Provincial Synod in September 2021. And then to the left of that is the actual experience of the church in terms both of income and expenditures, and then on the right, the increase or decrease. So for the year, we had, now this is only the bursar's operational funds, accounts, doesn't include the mission fund or the Trinitarian or some investments. Income, total receipts, 130,000, which was better than anticipated. Total expenditures, 121,000, which was less, which also was more than anticipated. However, please note that among the receipts was $25,000 of income advanced from securities. So that was probably the IBM stock. So that's would put us otherwise down to 105,000 in income in this. Likewise, expenditures include, let's see, there was something to note. Yeah, I guess the expenditures were nothing particularly to note. The Investment Advisory Committee and the Bursar have taken note of concerns expressed at previous synods about investment fees. I'm told that at the moment we are paying less than 1% to our investment people. So, and that we have gotten that number down. So we do occasionally try to listen and obey. Next page tells you transactions involving marketable securities. Don't think there's much to note there, except again that 25,000. Oh, there it is in IBM stock, which was moved into the Bursar's operating account. At the bottom of that page, we might note Holyrood, 134,000. That is money that is supposed to be spent for theological education. It results from donations to Holyrood that were restricted at the time of giving, and we are obliged to try to use them for the purpose intended, even though we no longer have Holyrood Seminary. AAA restricted refers to money from Anglican Aid Abroad, which is an Australian church charity, which was for many years, although its Canterbury Communion in theory was run by an ACC priest who kindly directed money our way. And that money is, it's not a lot of money, and we're only allowed to use the interest from it, and the purposes for which the interest can be used are fairly restricted, such things as archbishops' overseas travel, but there might be $32 in income, and so we're just reinvesting it. Page 5. This refers to some past gifts which were restricted. The 2014 gift has been used after this report. Of course, it wasn't used in 2022. It was used this year, but after the year-to-date report. That money has now been spent, and it was spent to help with assisting people from outside the U.S. to travel to this synod. The $500 Hutchins family gift also, no, it has not yet been spent, but we have designated that. What was it to be spent? To the Admiral Hawke Education Scholarship Fund. Okay. Pension fund balance at the end of 2022 was $2,290,000. That was, of course, down from January of 2022. It now is more as investments have improved. The final page is reconciliation of recognized receipts to Bursar's deposits. And if you need that explained, Joan can explain it. Any questions about that report? The Administrative Council and the College of Bishops have both reviewed this with the Bursar and recommend that the Synod adopt the report from the Bursar. We'll hold off because there are several parts of this, but are there any questions about this part? Okay, the next thing I have in my packet is the year-to-date report. Similar front page at the bottom, it says August 31st. So it's an 8-month report. Same format, first page on a balance sheet. Again, the IBM amount is less because of that transfer of $25,000. The value of assets is higher than last year, higher than at the end of last year. That's because the market recovered, because of market improvements. Then you get a little more information about the details of, well, it's the same really, sorry. Income, receipts, and disbursements. I don't think anything much extraordinary there. $8,000 was given for and used for the endowment, ACC endowment. In the disbursements, 25,000 pensions. So dioceses theoretically send monthly checks to the bursar for the pension fund, and she gathers those and then forwards them to the pension fund for investment. And again, this was something the clergy were concerned about, that the bursar was holding on to those funds to help keep cash flow, and the clergy complained, and now that money is being sent to the pension fund more regularly, close to the time that we get it. The adopted budget is given on page 3. A little bit difficult because it's a no, that's just the budget. No actual performance. So you can compare the previous budget, which was 2021, to the 2-year budget adopted in 2021, which is 2022 and 2023. Page 4, marketable securities. Restricted gifts. Pretty much the same, except as I noted since then, the $2,346 has been used. The Anglican Guild of Scholars was an organization in this church which hasn't met for many years. They had a bank account, which I believe Canon Kester had, and he finally said, let's just close that out. The money was sent. Has that been used? That hasn't been used, has it? The Anglican Guild of Scholars. Okay, so that money's held. It probably should be used for something like scholarly publication or theological education, something related to scholarly purposes. Year-to-date account summary. There you can see the advisor fees for the pension fund, and some recovery in value by the end of August as compared to January 1st. Account reconciliation. Is there a motion to adopt, is there a motion to adopt the, I'm sorry, any questions about the year-to-date numbers? Is there a motion to adopt the report? Mr. Pearson? Mrs. Kylander? Discussion? Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Did you get my email about the 2022 Mission Fund report? Or we didn't have a chance to print it? Okay. We have a year-to-date report for 2023 for the St. Paul Mission Society. We do have the 2022 full-year report, and the Secretary has it. I have it, and I've sent it to a few people, but we don't have a printed copy at this point. We may be able to get that to you. It is the page with microscopic numbers. At the top of that page, St. Paul Missionary Society, you have 4 figures for receipts for 2020 through year-to-date 2023. So we're averaging, the numbers fluctuate heavily, and they fluctuate heavily because we have a budget, which is about $112,000, but the Mission Society also is the conduit through which designated gifts are given and then acknowledged, accounted for, and then wired to the recipients outside the U.S. And we can't really control and don't want to control the generosity of others. So if somebody gives $30,000 to Bishop Stephen for the vocational training school for victims of sexual violence in Eastern Congo, that comes to the St. Paul Mission Society. It's counted as a receipt. It goes out, but it's not money from the ACC as such. So that's why those numbers can vary by as much as 160,000. So far this year, we're doing pretty well with receipts of 223,000. We have a pretty good cash balance, which is desirable because the monthly wires are substantial. Okay. And then on the second half of the page, you'll see how the gifts were designated towards recipients who are, I guess I would say, included in our budget. There's a large amount for general fund, which is good because we don't receive nearly enough gifts for some lines to cover the budget. And then the bottom of the page, you'll see how the money went out, which reflects both our budget and designated gifts. The largest amount there is pass-through. The second largest is to Eastern Congo. If it were possible, we should make Bishop Stephen the fundraiser for the ACC because he does it very well. And he does get things done, which is good. And we have great detail on these, all of these numbers, so if you want more information, we can provide it. But that is a very general overview of the year-to-date. And we'll try to get the 2022 figures to you before the end of Synod. You're all being so easy. Is there a motion to accept the Deputy Bursar's report? I have to put on my glasses. That was Mrs. LePaine. Father Edlin. Discussion. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The Trinitarian report is distributed in the Trinitarian. If you haven't seen the report because you don't subscribe to the Trinitarian, well, shame on you. There's an easy way to rectify that. May I call upon you to just come and say a few words, Archbishop? Would you care to come say a few words? You'd like a little? Okay. All right, let's have a break from numbers. Archbishop Dominic Umdegewa, Bishop of the Kai, and Metropolitan of the Province of Southern Africa, We're so glad you're with us again.
Thank you, Your Grace, and protocol observed. I'm from the province of Southern Africa, accompanied by Bishop Samuel Banzana, Bishop Ordinary of the Diocese of St. Paul, based in Gqeberha, formerly known as Port Elizabeth, and also accompanied by Father Litemba Busakwe, a priest in charge of St. Ignatius Parish in Makhanda, formerly known as Grahamstown, belonging to the Diocese of the Kai. We are humbled to have been invited by Archbishop Makavaland to attend this synod. And we are also privileged to address you, to update you about the province of Southern Africa. Some of you will remember that this idea of the province in Africa was first mooted in 2013, and that was before my time in the ACC. I joined in 2014, and I attended the first Provincial Synod here in the US in 2015. And now a new idea about the province of Southern Africa was also mentioned. Then shortly, let me say that the province of Southern Africa was then approved by Synod in 2021. I was not here. But when it was approved, and in November 2021, it was inaugurated by the Archbishop, accompanied by Reverend Fogan. Then, when it was inaugurated, we were 5 dioceses. The Diocese of the Kai, which was my diocese, or is my diocese. The second one was the Diocese of St. Paul of Bishop Samuel, who is here, and it was from the Holy Catholic Church, Western Rite. The third one was the Diocese of Zimbabwe. The fourth one was a new diocese, missionary diocese of the Northeast, based in the province of Gauteng in South Africa. And the fifth one was the missionary diocese of the the Vaal in the province of the Free State. I can just simply give you some statistics about the province of Southern Africa. Let me first state that in 2022, we created the missionary district of Johannesburg to make 7 dioceses in Southern Africa of the province. At the moment, we have 8 bishops, because last month, that is in September on the 17th, we were joined by former Umzwasetopia traditional rite, that is from the THC, with 3 dioceses, but 1 bishop, because 2 bishops had died. So we are 8 bishops with more than 10 dioceses. Of course, the dioceses from Umzwasotopia will be formally received and accepted as dioceses, if we do accept them as dioceses, in our next Provincial Synod, which is scheduled for January 2024. Together, all the dioceses of the province are 73, have 73 clergy. And then the membership, lay membership, is, conservatively speaking, plus minus 7,000. The dioceses, most dioceses have no buildings, but in fact there are only 3 that they have no buildings at all, but others have some buildings. The province of Southern Africa has its strengths. One of the strengths of the province is that the majority of the members of these dioceses I've mentioned come from the Anglican Church in Southern Africa, that is the Anglican Communion. The second group comes from Umzuwasetopia. Umzuwasetopia is closely related to the Anglican Church in Southern Africa. They use the same prayer book that we use, the 1954 South African Book of Common Prayer. And they also believe in our doctrine. So that is the strength, because when they join us, we are being joined by sisters already. But then, unfortunately, when Bishop Banzana joined us in 2019, I think, yes, he lost a parish because some people felt that, or they were told that they are joining an Anglican church and therefore they would lose their identity. But then, that was it. I made a mistake by not mentioning one other bishop from the Holy Catholic Church who joined us in 2021. During the synod, the Archbishop was there, Bishop Makoma, with the Diocese of Christ the King. So there is not much difference between us as Anglicans or from the Anglican Church in Southern Africa and Umzuwasetopia. But then, our strength, the second one, is that in South Africa there are 3 Anglican traditions. One is the Anglican Church in Southern Africa, with a membership of between 3 to 4 million. That is the oldest. And that's where I come from. And then the second one was known as the Church of England in South Africa. Now, today is known as the Rich Evangelical Anglican Church in South Africa, Rich SA. It was established, it broke away from AXA, or then the CPSA, in 1938. So those are the oldest Anglican churches in Southern Africa. And then is the ACC. They are very strong, well established, but our advantage and strength is that we are unique from them, we are different from them, and we want to remain different because we know that the majority of Anglicans in Southern Africa belong to the Anglo-Catholic tradition. So, unfortunately then, they do not know us. Most people, ordinary people, do not know us. The third one, our strength, is commitment of our people. All our dioceses are relatively young, including mine. It was established in 2012. And secondly, those dioceses, all of them, are relatively poor. They have no resources. But our strength is the commitment of our people. They are committed in the sense that they sacrifice a lot in terms of resources, money, and all that, and we have survived so far. Perhaps the last strength that we have as the province of Southern Africa is that of guilds. I don't know what you call them here, probably organizations. You call them guilds, yeah. And the strongest is the Mothers' Union, for instance. It is very strong because in South Africa, as an Anglican or even Umzwasetopia, without a strong guilds, you wouldn't survive for long. Very few people would join your church without those guilds. So the Mothers' Union is the strongest. And all our dioceses have the Mothers' Union. Perhaps mine is the biggest. I have plus minus 800 to 1,000 members. And then the second one is St. Bernard Muzeki. St. Bernard Muzeki was a missionary from Southern Africa to now today known as Zimbabwe. A black man who went there and he was killed for his faith. And then we name our male organization as St. Bernard Muzeki Guild. It's a very strong one also. And the third one is St. Mary Magdalene, because young women do not find it very difficult to join the Mothers' Union because their mothers-in-law, those who are married, are there. So they cannot fellowship well with their mothers-in-law. So we sometime later, my predecessor in AXA, of course, not in the ACC, established this guild. It is all over Southern Africa today, but it was formed by my predecessor in Ngamakwe, where I am based. I don't know, Archbishop, he was trying to pronounce Ngamakwe, but at least he has problems in pronouncing Ngamakwe and Umngusho. Our staple food is Umngusho. So I'm worried now. I haven't eaten umngusho for the last 3 days. Well, I'm still hungry because once I don't eat umngusho, I become hungry. So those organizations, those guilds are very. It was not a provincial conference for the Mothers' Union. It was that of St. Paul, Bishop Manzanas, and almost all our provinces attended. And this year it was my Mothers' Union. It organized a conference for the Mothers' Union, and even Zimbabwe attended. So it unites us and it builds us as a province. Hopefully next year it will be St. Bernard Muzeki. And in 2025 already the Mothers' Union has decided that it will have a provincial conference for the Mothers' Union. And it will be a great day. But we have also our weaknesses as a province. We don't have resources, we don't have money, and we are struggling financially, but we are surviving. Because there is nothing that we do not do as a province that is expected from a province. Last year we had 2 meetings of the College of Bishops, and all bishops attended. This year we already have 2 meetings of the College of Bishops, and all bishops were there. Last year we had a Provincial Synod, and all dioceses and parishes were represented. Even this year we had another one, and it was well attended. So perhaps what we lack also is credibility, because nobody knows us, and people would think, or our critics would think that we are just a mushroom church from nowhere. but then they are beginning to recognize that we are not. And one other weakness that we are experiencing in Southern Africa is lack of skills. Because you will remember, when I started my diocese, we were 4 priests only, and trained by the Anglican Communion, of course. But then, all of us wanted to be bishops. And as a result, one other priest, we were archdeacons from our former dioceses in the AXA together. We were ordained on the same day, so we were all sort of competing, because he felt that we were ordained on the same day, and we became archdeacons on the same day. So there is nothing better that I could claim to be the bishop, but I didn't. I was elected. Then very soon he left. And in 2018, I'm talking about my diocese now for a reason. Archbishop will know this. I was left by 6 parishes, very big parishes. They left because the second guy from those 3 that I started the church also wanted to be a bishop. So he took away 6 dioceses. Oh, I said dioceses, eh? Oh, sorry. 6 parishes. He took them away, and he joined another church. I will not mention it. And but still today he is not a bishop. And he left those 6 parishes somewhere. And some of them are coming back to me again. And so the thing is that because of the situation we established, our parish, our diocese, and even the province, we had to ordain from the pews. I think you understand what I mean by that. People were not trained because we needed priests as soon as possible. So those priests were not trained, but when I started the diocese, I was alone then. The Archbishop helped me to train some of my priests. And I was fortunate. I was joined by others. For instance, Bishop, I wanted to say you are a bishop. You are not. Father Litemba was trained. He went to the AXA College of Training College for Priests Seminary. So I have some, but fortunately for me, most of them are professionals, principals and everything else. But even Bishop Banzana has got his, and other people have got priests that were not trained. That is the problem that we have. We are still training them because we believe that we cannot compete with priests from the Anglican Church of Southern Africa who are well trained if our priests are not trained. And I want to mention this, as you will be surprised if I mention this as an opportunity. When I started my diocese, when somebody died in my parish, I was feeling sorry, but at the same time a little bit happy, because I would conduct a funeral. So when I conduct a funeral, I knew that I would be winning people there, because I would be used, in our situation, our setup, a funeral is a big deal. It's attended by everybody in the community and even people from outside. So you cannot afford to miss that opportunity, because you are given an altar and also a pulpit to preach, to prove who you are, and therefore people will follow you. So we use that. It is an opportunity for, it's bad, because people are crying, they have lost their loved ones, but at the same time, you cannot miss I'm sorry to say that. And we have threats. We have threats. We have external threats. We have also internal threats. And the internal threats are more dangerous than the external threats. And those are the people who are destroying us or are hurting us most, the people from within. Because people join the church sometimes, especially the priests, they join with a hidden agenda. And when their hidden agendas are not fulfilled, they become angry and want to destroy the church before they leave. So that is our danger. But in all this, I was saying, we decided just last year that we should not be obsessed with numbers, growing the church with numbers, because it will take us nowhere. We would rather focus on the quality of the people that we receive. And the idea of Vision 2025 was conceived. So now we are guided by Vision 2025, focusing on clergy training, focusing on financial viability, focusing on good governance, focusing on in the inauguration of the lay ministry and the revival of youth ministries. But the basic principle of our Vision 2025 is quality growth. And we are hoping that it will be implemented and it will be successful. And very few people expected that the province of South Africa would stand the test of time, without resources, without anything. But we cannot boast that we have stood the test of time now. I said yesterday that would be too soon to boast. But so far, so good. And we are hoping that by 2029 or 2020, we will be a viable province. Thank you.
Thank you, Archbishop. Omakwe. Now, when we went for Bishop, then Bishop Dominic's consecration, Father Foggin came, and he was, I made him deputy provincial registrar so that he could read the documents that have to be read. And unfortunately, Omakwe occurred about 8 times. I think he got pretty good at it. The other thing about the guilds, a story that I remember, this was from Bishop Menke's enthronement. One of the guests was a provincial minister of tribal and religious affairs, or traditional leaders and religious affairs. And he came, and he was there for the whole liturgy, and he was asked to speak. And one thing he said was, the Mothers' Union there were wearing red. And he said as he was dressing for the day, his wife said, well, their color is red, so you must wear a red tie. And he said, I said to my wife, is this a radical church? What are they? Are they communists or are they Methodists? All right. Now we are on to the proposed budget. So we've had Investment Advisory Committee. Bill Wheeler, is there anything to report? We've covered it in the report from the bursar and my attempts to explain. All right, so the proposed budget is also in your packet, and the budget includes three parts. There is the main operating budget for the ACC, and that says Anglican Catholic Church proposed budget 2024 and 2025. So we do adopt the two-year budget since we try to meet every other year for Provincial Synod. The numbers are substantially the same, with a few very small increases for 2024 and 2025. So the bottom line for 2023 is about $114,000. That goes up about $1,800 overall for 2024, and about $2,300 for compared to this year for 2025. The increases occur in a couple places. The plug figure for income is advance from securities, and then the expenses increase are for provincial and synod travel. This is not out of U.S. guests coming that we help. That is handled through donations and designated gifts. This would be travel for the provincial secretary and the metropolitan to synod and College of Bishops meetings and so forth. Is that right? And then the other figure that is increased is the subsidy for the Trinitarian. This is based on Paul Holmes' figures for the next 2 years, which are detailed in another budget 2 pages on. So again, the Administrative Council and the College of Bishops have reviewed the budget and recommend the adoption of this budget by this synod. Is there a motion to adopt? Mr. Bullock, is there a second? Colonel Alexander? Joe? Who offered to help carry boxes today? Discussion. Seeing none, those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All right, the proposed budget for the Missionary Society, St. Paul Missionary Society, substantially, well, the bottom line is unchanged. The Administrative Council and bishops, however, have changed the final 3 sets of numbers. Well, not for the 2023 budget, that's just a fact. But for 2024, 2025, you can cross out South Africa Chi, South Africa Diocese of the West, South Africa Paraclete, Zimbabwe, South Africa Northeast, and South Africa Val. Keep South Africa Christ the Redeemer, and then add in place of the 6 we've just crossed out, 1 line that will read Province of Southern Africa. And for those 2 remaining line items, change the 3,000, basically three $3,000 figures, which amount to 9, to 2 4,500 figures, which will equal 9,000. So the bottom line is unchanged. Is there a motion to adopt? Does everybody understand that change from the printed budget? Okay, is there a motion to adopt that budget for the St. Paul Mission Society? Mrs. LePaine, is there a second? Well, they're being helpful to their bishop. I appreciate that. Mrs. Kylander. Discussion? Those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. And then, there'll be other large amounts that aren't in the budget, but those are designated, so we can't budget them. And then finally, the Trinitarian budget is there with the small increases we noted and rationale for the proposed budget from the bursar, deputy bursar for the Trinitarian. The Trinitarian is increasingly, well, first we know it's old media, an old medium. So that's, of course, we're an old church, but, and also internationally, print media are valued more than they are, I think, now in the United States. And it is sent out electronically, which is good for our overseas bishops. But also, the Trinitarian is the official gazette of the church. And if things are done in your diocese that aren't reported in the Trinitarian, it's doubtful whether they actually happened. If it's a matter of clergy discipline and it's not reported in the Trinitarian, it may canonically actually not have happened. So we do have an official means of publication of important actions by bishops. And I'm going to suggest to the APA and the ACA that they adopt the Trinitarian as their official gazettes. We do get some subscriptions and advertisements from the APA and ACA, and we're certainly, Father Bruce is being generous in publishing their news. So anyway, that's all just to say we're aware of strengths and deficiencies, but for now, the Administrative Council and College of Bishops recommend adoption of the proposed budget for the Trinitarian. Is there a motion? Mr. Pearson? Who's the priest? Is that a priest? Father Wise. Timothy Wise. Discussion? Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All right, we have a budget. Budgets. All right, we're done with page 1. We've done item 11. Constitution and Canons Committee report. Canon Hollister, would you like to present the report?
If you can give me a couple minutes, because the one that you sent out to me late last night
Okay.
is being picked up from the registration desk.
Okay. We do have one item to add, which concerns the creation of a new diocese. The description of the diocese has to be put into the canons. Meanwhile, you will find that report in your packet. Shield of the Church on top, report of the Committee on Constitution and Canons to Synod 25 of the original province. And that consists of 4 proposals, and we will add a 5th proposal.
Do we have the 5th proposal?
The 5th proposal is being copied and will be.
It's copied, it just needs to come to.
It needs to arrive. It's not moving under its own power, presumably.
It's moving under the power
It's a very powerful proposal.
So it depends upon how fast Father Michael.
Here he is, okay. All right. Provincial Chancellor, Canon, Father, Doctor, what's the proper order for those? Do you remember? Reverend Canon, Doctor John Hollister.
I have to say that's a momentous occasion, since my degree is Juris Doctor, and people in this country don't normally call lawyers doctors. To be addressed as doctor by an earned PhD is a momentous occasion for me. Can I get one copy?
Oh, you want one?
The first four sheets clipped together, which were the ones in your packet. Excuse me?
Sorry, he was asking me if that was just one.
Yes, the extra one, and the reason it's extra is it was composed last night after the College of Bishops' actions yesterday, so it couldn't be in your hands earlier. But to go to the one that's in your packet, there are 3 proposals. So I guess the other one will be the 4th. Proposal number 1 deals with the issue of retirement of clergy. Most of you may well be aware of the fact that it has been the situation in this church from the beginning that upon reaching the age of 75 years, bishops have been required to submit their resignations annually to their diocesan synods, and of course the bishop can not submit, can simply say, I'm retiring, and disappear off the scene. But if they wish to stay seated, they have to submit their resignation annually to their diocesan synod, and the synod has the option of accepting or rejecting that resignation. It was proposed that the same provision ought to apply to the clergy in general. And that is proposal number 1, dealing with Canon 12.11. If this was adopted, every rector or incumbent, an incumbent is a clergyman who is serving a parish with a title other than rector, meaning essentially without life tenure, must, after 75, submit his resignation to the bishop annually. That one of the things this would do is provide a graceful way for the bishop to deal with situations where those of us in our declining years may not have the same view of our continued viability as other people do. And since Saturday on our way home will be my 77th birthday, I could attest to the fact that advancing years do bring changes. So that's proposal number 1. Proposal number 2, well, we can. Well, the Archbishop is suggesting that the tellers get themselves prepared, but we can't do that until somebody makes a motion. Adopted by moved by Mrs. Weaver, seconded. Is there any discussion of that? It would help if you could come to the microphone, because I can't hear you.
My name is Michael Burke, Diocese of Mid-Atlantic States. Michael Burke, Diocese of Mid-Atlantic States. And I just didn't understand something. My name is Michael Burke, Diocese of the Mid-Atlantic States, and I just didn't understand the thing as written. Once the rector turns 75, he has to submit his resignation every year, whether he wants to resign or not. He still has to submit a resignation. I don't understand that.
Well, that's already the current situation for bishops. So it's simply extending that provision that we have had from the beginning of the church for bishops to the rest of the clergy. Not all clergy who are not beneficed in a parish, but for the it would put the parish leaders, the rectors, vicars, priests in charge, in the same category as the bishops.
So even if the bishop doesn't want to retire, he has to resign?
He has to submit his resignation to his diocesan synod. That's already our law, has been from the beginning. And then it's up to the bishop has two options. One is to say, I'm 75 or I'm 76, 77 or whatever, and I want to retire, and that's it. Nobody can gainsay him. The other is the bishop says, no, I feel like I can continue and I'd like to, submits his resignation to the synod, diocesan synod. The diocesan synod has the option to accept or reject that resignation.
He submits his resignation if he doesn't really want to retire?
Yes. What that does is it's a check and balance, because it's not always the case that a person in this situation has the same evaluation of his own continuing capabilities as other people might have, if I can put that as charitably as possible.
So this would extend that same policy to the rectors?
To the rectors, priests in charge, vicars, not to any other clergy, just the ones leading parishes.
So if they wanted to retire, they wouldn't have to?
No, if they want to retire, they can retire any time.
But if they don't want to retire?
If they don't want to retire, it would still give the bishop the chance to counsel with the person and say, look,
It's time.
I think maybe it's time you step aside.
Okay, I just didn't understand it, I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's all it is putting the parish, the beneficed clergy, the clergy leading parishes, in the same category that the bishops of dioceses already are.
Thank you, thank you.
Any other discussion?
Father Brackett, Missionary Diocese of Resurrection. Just one question. Given the current bishop's clause where they submit their resignation to their synod, would it not make sense? Would it not make sense that the retiring priest submit his resignation to his assembled vestry? At which time, if that group that he has been appointed or essentially accepted for life to, that they accept his resignation, then they contact the bishop ordinary?
That would certainly be an option. I think the reason it was drafted the way it is, the parish clergy, like all the other diocesan clergy, basically work for the bishop. And the bishop supervises them in a way that the bishops ordinary do not have direct supervision over them. The archbishop has a certain supervisory authority, but it's nothing like the same authority the diocesan bishop has over the clergy of the diocese. So I believe that's probably the reason that it's framed the way it is, that it's the diocesan bishop who would make the determination. You could certainly propose an amendment to that if you thought that was necessary.
Thank you for the clarification.
Bishop, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. One of the infirmities that's creeping up on me is the results of my misspent youth in law enforcement when we went out every 30 days to practice on the range and didn't know about the necessity of hearing protection. So,
I doubt that anything unexpected creeps up you. To whom does an ancient and decrepit Episcopal visitor resign?
the Metropolitan.
Thank you.
And that would be a matter of personal negotiation between the two of them. Because all Episcopal visitors serve at the pleasure of the Metropolitan. Any other questions, comments, discussion? Are we ready to deal with the proposal?
Does it need to be a written vote, or can we pass it by acclamation?
It has to be by orders, but it could be unless there's a glaring disparity, it could be a voice vote. All right. Can we have the bishops in favor?
Have to do the laity first, lest the bishop
Oh,
influence the laity.
all right. The Archbishop reminds me, we do this military style, junior first. The laity in favor of the proposal, please signify. Are there any laity opposed? All right. The clergy delegates in favor of the proposal. Any clergy delegates opposed? I think that's a fair preponderance of the yeas in the clergy. The bishops in favor of the proposal. Any bishops opposed to the proposal? No, I would say that, therefore, there's a preponderance of ayes and that it would have passed. That brings us to proposal number 2. Canon 10 of the church, now remember we're dealing here with the church canons. We have 2 sets of canons, church canons and canons that apply only to the original province. Title 10 of the church canons is the title that deals with the discipline of clergymen and lay people in the church. And there is the disciplinary procedures are roughly comparable to those used in the criminal law in secular life. And as is the case in civil and criminal proceedings in most legal systems, there is a principle called limitation, which means that a charge can only be brought against someone within a certain stipulated time after the occurrence of the events which are the subject of the charge. And that's to prevent records from being lost, witnesses from being found to be unavailable, memories fading, and so on. The concept is that you can't have a fair trial unless the events are fairly fresh in both institutional memory and personal memory. So this is a proposal to insert a limitation clause generally for disciplinary offenses of 5 years. In many American states, for example, the general criminal statute of limitations is 5 to 7 years. There is one provision, however, in this proposal where it would be 10 years, and that is to deal with cases of sexual abuse. They have special problems with people who have suffered from incidents of sexual abuse often have difficulty coping with the aftermath and bringing it to the notice of authorities. It sometimes takes a considerable time, therefore, for those cases to come to light, and I'm not sure it's wise or not, but in the secular world, in many states now, those cases have virtually unlimited statute of limitations. So, and then the other feature of this is that the limitation period where the victim is a minor would be keyed to the victim's 18th birthday. That is, when that person becomes capable in the eyes of the law of acting for himself or herself, and therefore is no longer dependent on parents, guardians, or other custodians to act for him or her. And that's on the top of page 2 of the materials. Do we have a motion to adopt proposal number 2? I'm sorry?
A motion to clarify?
I'm not sure what that is, but
Can we clarify, can we argue before we go into voting, accepting or not?
well, the discussion would come after it's moved and seconded. We can put you first for comment. Do we have, okay, we have I heard somebody say they moved it, but I didn't get a name. Father Bonadonna? All right. Do we have a second? All right. All right. Now it's been moved and seconded. What's appropriate for discussion? Would you come up to the microphone, please, to ease my aging ears? My wife is very frustrated about one of the things I don't hear is the frequency at which the turn signal in the car clicks. I have all kinds of, if I take an audiometer test, I have all kinds of bands through this frequency spectrum that just don't show up. As I say, that's firing a 4-inch .357 Magnum with full load ammunition every 30 days.
I like that gun. Father Gary, missionary diocese of the Resurrection. My question originated in terms of sexual misconduct of clergy, establishing a statute of limitation. And now we either are considering 18 years of the victim, age of 18 years of the victim, or 10 years if I did not misunderstood you. My proposal is that for sexual misbehavior, there would be no cap on the damage or no cap on limitation for that particular violation of the behavioral code of a priest.
That is certainly a rational position which you could move an amendment to the proposal. As a policy matter, it's a balancing of equities. The whole concept of limitations is because it becomes, with the passage of time, very difficult to present and even more difficult to defend a charge. On the other side, there's the consideration that because these cases often are extremely difficult for the victims to confront and deal with, there can be very long periods before they even notify anybody of the problem. So that's just a policy question. And this synod is the body that would have to make that policy determination. So are you proposing an amendment?
Yes.
And what is your amendment?
That the statute of limitation for sexual misbehavior be eliminated so that the victim, whenever decides to bring it up,
All right.
it has to be addressed by the court or by the
All right. It has been moved that there be no statute of limitation. We could, I guess, draft something to cover that situation, but it would be essentially that there would be no limitation period on charges of sexual misconduct. Is there a second for that? All right. Is there any discussion of that? Bishop Scarlett.
I'm not sure I really am against it or anything like that, but I do know that these kind of things are very, if something is raised against somebody, it's a big deal. And when you have an unlimited ability for someone to say, oh, he did this 25 years ago, a complete falsehood, but now you've got the ability to, there's that other side of it. So I'm kind of sympathetic. I'm not, I get the grievous nature of the sexual offense that ought to be dealt with, but there's another side of some person a little off could just say, hey, this happened because they're whatever reason, and now we're going to institute something that forever somebody could say something happened and raise an issue and create a scandal for someone and you end up having a priest defend something allegedly from a quarter century ago that never happened, but then there's no context to deal with it. So that would be my concern about the amendment would be you're an unlimited ability for unsubstantiated charges to create a real scandal for someone who didn't do anything. So that's my concern.
If you will indulge me, because I'm not taking a position on this, but having been your chancellor for, I think it's 36 years, most of the issues trenching on this that have arisen in our church I have some knowledge of, and fortunately there have been very few. But in these situations, one of the things you need to consider as you frame a policy is that very, very few of these cases present absolutely clear factual patterns with clear testimony of knowledgeable witnesses or other competent evidence. I can think of one case in particular where there was a problem in a parish and nobody, including the possible participants, knew exactly what had gone on. And the then Metropolitan, who is not the current one, had to deal with that based primarily on tangential factors that whatever the true facts of the interaction between the possible perpetrator and the possible victim, the clergyman concerned had exhibited a catastrophic failure of pastoral judgment ever to allow something like this to arise, and that was the basis on which he reached his judgment. So, because there are very, very few cases where there is the kind of evidence you would expect to find in, say, a intersectional automobile collision at a stop sign or a red light, the passage of time can be even more deleterious to fact-finding than it is in most other circumstances. Some years ago, Bishop Florenza received a letter from a lawyer in Boston who was the man who got the $25 million judgment against the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Boston. This was extremely difficult to deal with because the diocese concerned had no records from that period. As a result of the Allentown schism, we were supposed to get the books and records back, but we never did. And the only information available, God be thanked there was some, was from Bishop Hewitt, who happened tangentially to know something about the background and the circumstances. Enough that I was able to write this lawyer and tell him, number one, the two parishes you name were not and never had been parishes of the Anglican Catholic Church, and secondly, that our church polity is rather different than the Roman Catholic churches with which he was familiar. Mainly, we don't have the so-called corporation sole, where a Roman Catholic diocesan bishop owns all of the diocesan property in his own name, which creates a big pot of money to satisfy judgments. If you can go after the employer under the principle lawyers call respondeat superior, then all of the schools, hospitals, churches, endowment funds of a Roman Catholic diocese are subject to seizure. I explained that all of our parishes are required to be separately incorporated and own their own property. Very few of our dioceses even own as much as a cathedral, and those aren't very luxurious, and that if we ever did get a large judgment against us, our people would simply, since we live year to year, in effect paycheck to paycheck, our people would just stop giving money for the entity that had suffered the judgment, and they would just give money directly to whatever cause they wanted to give it for, but there wouldn't be any stream of payment to seize, and we never heard back from them. But that was a case in which the lack of information after a 25-year lapse was potentially very serious for us. And it happened that New Jersey had, where the allegations supposedly occurred, had adopted a very loosey-goosey extension of the statute of limitations, where essentially all anybody had to do is find some psychologist for sale who would say, oh, that person was too disturbed, too upset to bring a case, and the time would just keep being pushed back. So this is I'm just offering this to you as this is the context in which you're going to make this decision. I'm not taking a position on it. I think that can see equities in both directions.
The chairman's going to resume the chair for a moment. Putting aside the substance of the conversation, I don't think we really have an amendment yet, and I think we need to give you an opportunity to make an amendment. We understand what you want, but we have a form of words that's been moved, and we have to know what the amendment is to the form of words that is a proposal that's actually already on the floor. So I think we need more time for you to have that opportunity to look at the language that's on the floor and make an amendment, and then you can move it. Is that clear? I mean, I understand your goal, but your goal requires an actual amendment with a form of words as compared to the form of words that's on the floor.
That amendment, your grace, that amendment would be implemented during this synod or in 2 more years?
Well, if we don't do anything right now, then the current canon stays in effect, which has a lower statute. In other words, this gives a victim a longer period of time to act. So it's a movement in the direction which I believe you want. It's not as far as you're suggesting you would actually want. If we vote on this, if we vote on this canonical change, it takes effect immediately. Okay? So, as the chairman, I'm going to rule we don't have an amendment on the floor yet, and I'm perfectly happy to postpone further consideration of this till the afternoon to give the opportunity to do something. I don't want to, I want to give you the opportunity to do what you want to do. Okay? So, with the indulgence of the House, yes? Which proposal?
The proposal that's on the floor.
Yes, sir.
I'm Joel West. I'm a lay member from the Diocese of Holy Trinity. So just to be clear, Section B, Canon Hollister, Section... Okay, is this better?
Better.
Section B says, in effect, that if a minor is alleged to have been the victim, that the statute of limitations goes to that person turns 36. Is that correct?
The clock starts when that person turns 18 and runs for 18 years. That is my understanding.
It says 15 years plus 21, so it's the same thing. Until they're 36, they can file a complaint. Okay. All right, and then in Part C, I'm a little bit unclear on this. Does Part C say the clock gets extra time if there's a criminal investigation, or does it say that if there's a criminal investigation, the I guess, statute of limitations gets reopened or restarted?
It is suspended for the period of consideration by a civil inquiry.
So if something's happening in A within 5 years or B within, before the person turns 36,
But it's, whatever statute of limitations is running is told, as lawyers say, stopped for the moment, as soon as a report is made to the civil authorities. And it stays stopped until, the clock stops until they finish their investigation and action.
okay, so for example, one concern might be that if there were a criminal allegation made after the victim's 36th birthday, that for our purposes, the statute of limitations would have expired, and we
For
would not
church
have a
discipline.
provision to reopen
Yes.
it.
Yes. And there are probably states where that could happen.
Well, I'm just thinking to Bishop Scarlett's point, if it's credible enough to reopen a criminal investigation under our policies, it would still be a settled matter if it's after the 36.
For the church discipline, it would be a settled matter.
Yes.
But whatever the, you know, the criminal statute of limitations is whatever the legislature of that specific state has established, and they change it from time to time. And I find it constitutionally somewhat questionable, but in some cases, these have been changed to, in effect, make it possible to reopen a case which has already lapsed.
Sure.
The same thing's happened with copyrights also. We're supposed to have a principle in this country that there are no ex post facto retroactive laws, but that doesn't always seem to hold.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. West. Yes.
Father Ben Howard, Diocese of the Holy Cross. Could you just, for clarity's sake, explain the burden of proof in these church matters under canon law? I'm a little weak. Just, are we using a preponderance of the evidence for these, and is the burden of proof the same for the sexual assault charges as well as other canonical matters?
Yes, it's the same.
And what burden is that we're using?
I would say it's the preponderance of the evidence.
All right,
Remember,
thank
we don't have criminal sanctions that we can impose. Way back in history, we did, but no,
Father-
that didn't work out very well.
Father DiMartino and tort lawyer.
Guy DiMartino, Diocese of the Midwest. So what I'm hearing today is that this language is not clear. It needs to be reworked. A lot of the sexual abuse statutes have been no longer sunsetted. They're open in all the places. So you can come back 40 years, and under this language, you still have a year after a conviction, which would mean that the criminal matter was over, or a judgment, which means that the civil matter is over. So if it's really your intent to give a limitations period, this language needs to be reworked. There's just too much confusion. Obviously, folks, just my opinion, but I would be able to do whatever I wanted with this if I was.
Would you care to make a motion?
I just don't know that I can do that at this point in time. We would need some additional time.
That's right. So
I would move that
you,
we table this matter till this afternoon,
till this afternoon?
or tomorrow, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, so that would be I would move at that point that we put it on the table until.
All right, well, that's what I was attempting to do by ruling from the chair, but,
You need to step down from your chair.
so I'm just going to say, we're not going to take this up right now, but we can continue to talk about it.
No, I did. Is this thing on? Can you hear me?
If you get close to it, it's on.
I'm just going to make a point. No one can hear you back there. So the conversation is within the first 5 desks of you, but no one back there hears you.
All right. So we're putting this matter aside for the time being. Moving right along. I think that the next item also is related to this one, isn't it?
Well, not specifically this one, but it's the proposal number 3 also deals with Title 10, the disciplinary title. It has to do with the possibility that charges, not necessarily sexual in nature.
He has a proposal 3.
Huh? Oh, you.
Part of proposal 3 seems to be missing.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to it, because I copied everything that you had.
Well, actually, I didn't have it. This was not my product, but that's all right. All right. Apparently, something needs to be done to.
Moving on to number 4.
This is. All right. We'll wait to this afternoon to probably have to distribute copies of the rest of Proposal 3. Proposal 4, which is related to the same subject matter as 3, but there is in many professional disciplinary systems, medical, legal, others, a provision that when somebody has been charged with an offense, that person may seek to avoid the trial of the charges by, in effect, resigning. And I can only speak to the way that works for lawyers. A lawyer who has been formally charged with a disciplinary offense and after the charges are brought submits a resignation that is treated the same way and has the same status as a conviction upon the charge, which in most jurisdictions has the effect of lifetime disbarment. This is amending subsection 3 of Title 10 by inserting a canon 10.9.03 saying that if a bishop has been charged with certain enumerated offenses, which are the offenses in subparagraphs B through O of Canon 10.1.01, the Metropolitan cannot accept that bishop's resignation with charges pending unless 2/3 of the College of Bishops agree. The reason for this kind of provision is that in some cases it is desirable as a matter of policy and of the good order and discipline of the church to have the charges go forward to trial without giving this easy out. Now, that's probably a rare situation, but it simply creates the possibility that 1/3 plus 1 of the College of Bishops could require that the charges move forward to hearing, rather than allow somebody to escape trial on the charges by submitting a resignation. So that's what proposal number 4 seeks to accomplish. It's just opening up the options. 1/3 plus 1 of the bishops in the college would represent a fairly substantial body of opinion that this is an issue, whatever it is in that case, that ought not to be, as some people would view it, swept under the rug by letting somebody disappear into the sunset without a formal hearing or a record of the case. So, do we have a motion to adopt proposal number 4? It looks like do we have a second? Any discussion?
Nick McAvoy, Diocese of the Holy Cross. So it mentions here that these offenses are enumerated in this section, but not having that before us, would you be able to enumerate or summarize what those offenses are?
I don't have the printed copy of the canons with me. My copy is in a box which is in the process of being moved from the place we now live to the place we are about to live.
I have it, Father. What section?
Canon 10.1.01.
Clauses B through O. Thank you. All right. Canon 10.1.01 is entitled Ecclesiastical Offenses. Without restricting the generality of the foregoing preface, which is a preface on the general thing, just generally about discipline, the following in particular shall be ecclesiastical offenses triable and punishable under the provisions of this canon. A is not part of this proposal, but that's the one that says any criminal, immoral, dishonorable, or disorderly conduct of evil report or giving cause for scandal. And then we get to the ones that would be covered by this. B, heresy, or the teaching or maintaining of heretical doctrines by preaching, by teaching or writing, or by editing, publishing, or circulating books, pamphlets, or newspapers. Paragraph C, holding and teaching publicly or privately and advisedly any doctrine contrary to that held by this church. Paragraph D, the willful infringement or disregard of the standards of public worship as set forth in the Constitution of this church and these canons. Paragraph E, knowingly celebrating a marriage between persons within the forbidden degrees of kindred and affinity set forth in these canons, or who are otherwise forbidden under the law of this church to marry. Paragraph F, contumacy or persistence in disrespectful or disobedient conduct toward the bishop ordinary of that diocese or other jurisdiction in any manner in which that bishop is lawfully or canonically entitled to obedience. Paragraph G, habitual irregularity or neglect in the performance of the offices and other services of the church. Paragraph H, any unauthorized introduction of innovations or novelties in the performance of the worship of this church. Paragraph I, knowingly permitting unauthorized persons to officiate in the church. Since 1985, I only know personally of one case where that one has come to trial. Paragraph J, habitually absenting himself from divine worship. Paragraph K, schism or separation from the communion of this church. Paragraph L, abandoning his charge, that's capitalized, meaning it's a term of art, without license or leave. Paragraph M, exercising any lay profession or secular occupation inconsistent with his sacred calling, except as authorized by his ordinary or the canons of this church or the Provincial Synod. Paragraph N, any act which involves a violation of his ordination, oaths, or vows, or both, or, paragraph O, willful violation of the Constitution or canons of this church, or of the Constitution or canons of the province, or of the diocese or other jurisdiction within which he is canonically resident or licensed. And that's the end of that canon, that subparagraph O. Any questions? Thank you.
I'm Joey Wells, Diocese of the Holy Cross. Correct me, it seems like in the case where you have a cleric and he's gonna be put, gonna face the trial, but he tries to resign, the Archbishop currently, the Metropolitan currently can choose to not accept his resignation to force the trial, correct? And this change...
Now, we're dealing here with a bishop, not... Proposal 3 is the one that deals with clergy.
Right.
This one deals just with bishops.
Right. The bishop wants to resign to get out from underneath the trial, and the Metropolitan currently can refuse his resignation to force the trial, right? In the current, but this proposal would say that if the Metropolitan wanted to go ahead and receive his resignation, he could be overruled by 2/3 of the. Is that correct?
I'd have to ask Father DiMartino if his magic iPad can pull up the current subsection 3 of Title 10, Canon 10.9.
You don't want somebody to walk away from the discipline because you don't want them to go to another jurisdiction and become a bishop again. And so that's the intent of it.
I think that's certainly part of it.
You don't want them to, do something bad have charges against them and then end up somewhere else. So there's something formally in the record. That's what it appears.
That's certainly, I think that's certainly a major part of consideration, but there's also the aspect that from the standpoint of assuring our people that the system is working, there is a thrust against handling serious cases in ways that cause them to disappear off the radar.
What is the code?
The current version of Canon 10.9.3.
Okay. Renunciation.
Yeah, thank you. All right, the current version, thank you, Father DiMartino. This is what the current, and it's one paragraph is all it is. In any case of renunciation of the ministry by a bishop, where there may be a question of any foregoing misconduct or irregularity, the metropolitan shall need the consent of 2/3 of this college of bishops to accept the renunciation. No declaration of renunciation may be accepted or acted upon while the bishop making the declaration is under presentment, trial, sentence, or censure. So what this amendment does is it creates the possibility, which we do not have at the moment, of accepting. It's not strictly applicable to us, but this reminds me of a situation that arose when I was living in Ohio. I lived in Warren, which is a suburb of Youngstown, for about 11 years. And the Bishop of Youngstown was a very, very fine bishop, Thomas Tobin. And he's shown by contrast with the very weak and poor bishop we had in Cleveland. He had a situation in a very large suburb of Youngstown, one of these post-World War II conurbations that developed suddenly and thickly populated, therefore had some very large and well-to-do Roman Catholic parishes that have been around since the early 50s. And he received a report that the pastor of one of these parishes had possibly been involved in unseemly things many, many years before. And he investigated and apparently decided that there was a case to be answered. It required further investigation, and therefore he had to do something in the interim. As it happened, the priest concerned was 6 months away from the normal Roman Catholic retirement age. So he could have very easily sat silent and done nothing, and the problem would have disappeared. Instead, the next Sunday, when the people went to that parish, there was the bishop conducting the service, and at the appropriate time in the service, he announced to the people, Monsignor so-and-so will not be returning here. You will have all your regular scheduled services. Either I or somebody from the chancery will conduct them until I've appointed a new pastor. But he was very decisive and refused to take the easy way out. I think that was a very wise move, and I think it was very reassuring to the people who realized that he was not going to compromise his principles. And that's one of the reasons that I think, among others, that he was promoted fairly quickly to the Diocese of Providence, which is a large and important Roman Catholic diocese, where he became the bishop who told one of the Kennedy grandchildren, who was a congressman, don't call yourself Roman Catholic as long as you're supporting abortion. Great bishop, man I have great admiration for. We were sorry to lose him in Youngstown. But this is the kind of, there's always this temptation to take the easy way out. And that's not always, from the institutional perspective, the safest or best resolution, because we always have to be able to reassure our people that the system is working as it's intended to.
Take this up some other time, maybe some other year. Secondly, we have a motion on the floor. It is now noon. We're supposed to break for lunch at noon. Are we ready to vote on the proposal number 4 or not? All right. Those in favor, let's see. We have to go by orders. Laity in favor, please say aye. Aye. Laity opposed, please say nay. I rule that we do have the sufficient supermajority. Clergy in favor, please say aye. Aye. Clergy opposed, please say nay. Bishops in favor, please say aye. Aye. Bishops opposed, please say nay. Okay, I rule that that is passed. Does anyone want a counting of the laity? Okay, so right now we do have number 3 being copied, and we can come back to that. Father Hollister, Father DiMartino, and Father Bruce are going to look over proposal 2 and can advise us as to whether we should do something or not. Okay? Now, we're going to rise and say the Angelus, and then we will break for lunch, and we will endeavor to get back at 1:45. 1:45. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, amen. The angel of the Lord brought tidings unto Mary. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Pray for us, O Holy Mother of God. Let us pray. We beseech thee, O Lord, pour thy grace into our hearts, that as we have known the incarnation of thy Son, Jesus Christ, by the message of an angel, so by his cross and passion we may be brought unto the glory of his resurrection, through the same Christ our Lord. Amen. All right, enjoy lunch, and we'll come back at 1:45.
Yes, the email of the paper, what I wrote, capital letters, all small caps.
See you again. Let's put this down where I will. Okay. Let us come to order, please. Please let us come back to order. We are going to need some counts of votes, I think, not relying on overwhelming voice votes. So please, delegates, sit with your delegation. Alternates sit in the back, guests in the back. A couple announcements. Bishop Mushtaq Andrew got his passport today. Well, we're glad he got his passport. It's too bad it's too late for him to be here. I am saddened to report the death of Colonel Hork Diamond today. As many of you know, he was a stalwart member of the church, of the parish of St. Andrew and St. Margaret of Scotland in Alexandria, of the Diocese of the Mid-Atlantic States and its synods, and of the Administrative Council and Provincial Synods of the ACC. Rest eternal grant unto him, O Lord, and let light perpetual shine upon him. May his soul and the souls of all the faithful, through the mercy of God, rest in peace. Amen. I'm going to have the paperwork distributed, but while that's going on, I'm going to ask Father Perkins to address us about it. We have now printed up copies of the part of the Constitution and Canons Committee report that didn't make it into your packet, proposal number 3. The lawyers have revised proposal 2. That's printed up for you. And they also, because we had a good question about what the burden of proof is in the church, realized there is no such. In the common law of the Western Church, which is our default, the burden of proof is preponderance of evidence, moral certainty. So they have proposed a 5th proposal, which would make that explicit. All right, while that paperwork is being distributed, Father Perkins is here to talk about St. Dunstan's Academy, and I'm happy to give him 5 to 10 minutes.
We'll keep it at 5. I am the, thank you. Thank you for giving us some time to talk to you today. I am the chaplain and assistant headmaster of St. Dunstan's Academy, and I'm going to cede the floor for the first 2 minutes to the headmaster and founder of St. Dunstan's Academy, my friend Thomas Fickley. So.
Wow, thank you all. It's nice to see you. Thank you for your time and attention. And thank you, Father Perkins. My name's Thomas Fickley. I am the headmaster and founder of St. Dunstan's Academy, which is an all-boys Anglican boarding school in Central Virginia in its founding stage right now. We have a campus of 176 beautiful acres of farmland that we closed on just a couple months ago. We've been working on this project for, thank you, yeah, it's wonderful. I should mention that we closed on our property on the feast day of St. Dunstan, which was our realtor's choice. Unbeknownst to him, that was our patronal feast day. So a wonderful confirmation of our project. St. Dunstan's is it's a school designed to help young men encounter reality in all of its facets, visible and invisible, and give them a good Christian formation in the process. Our program rests on 3 main pillars: education in the classics of the Western tradition, primarily the reading of the good and great books; training in sustainable small-scale agriculture and farming; and apprenticeships in the skilled trades and the building arts, especially carpentry. Another maybe more poetic way of saying that is that the boys who come to be students at our school will read and write in conversation with the most inspiring books ever written. They will grow, raise, butcher, harvest, and cook their own food, and they will work alongside the faculty who teach them to construct their own buildings and learn how to care for their communities and their families. Now, the goal of all of these activities is to give the boys an all-encompassing vision of God's created order and their place in it, to help them seek out what their vocation is, and hopefully to initiate these young men into mature Christian manhood so that they can grow up into the fullness of the image of God that he's created them to be. So I'm going to have Father Perkins talk for about 2 minutes about our spiritual formation program. Thank you for your time. We have a table outside, so if you want to come and hear more about the school, please come and talk to us. Thank you.
As I said, I'm Father Mark Perkins. I am a priest in the Anglican province of America. St. Dunstan's Academy is an independent 501c3. We're affiliated with the APA. I'm licensed as chaplain by Archbishop Chad Jones. My pastoral care, my cure of souls, if you will include the boys who attend, as well as the faculty families who will live on campus. And so that's a cure of souls of at least 100 souls. And I'll have the primary responsibility for the theological education, the spiritual formation, and the pastoral care of the boys, as well as the families that are on campus. Our life together will be governed according to the traditional threefold Anglican rule of Holy Communion, the daily office of morning and evening prayer, and personal devotion. And so we'll begin and end our days with morning and evening prayer. The climax of our life together will be the Sunday Holy Communion, and our goal is to help the boys discern their vocation of ministry to the church, whatever that may be, because they do have a ministry of vocation to the church. We'll help them discern it, and to help them find their place in worshiping the Lord in the beauty of holiness at the altar together on Sundays. We are open to all baptized and committed Christians who are willing to participate in the full liturgical life of the school, including morning and evening prayer, and of course, Sunday Holy Communion. So as I'm also in the next 6 months, and right now I'm visiting as many churches as I can, especially those in my own diocese, because we are recipients for our diocesan Lenten appeal this next year. But I would love to visit as many churches in the ACC as I can. I visited Father Zachary Braddock and Bishop Hewitt and Father Paul Stern's church in Columbia last Sunday, and I'm going to be at Father Corey French's church, St. Edward the Confessor, in Indianapolis in December. So if you'd like for me to come, especially if you'd love for me to come, I would love to come if I could possibly make it happen. So we've got the booth. I'll be around, happy to field any questions. I love hard questions. So if you have one in your head, like why all boys, or why boarding schools, or I can't think of any others that are especially hard, but they are out there. Why timber framing? Come ask me. I would love to talk about that with you if you're interested. Thank you again for your time. Very much appreciate it, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. The booth is indeed around the corner in that row of booths, and it's got chisels or woodworking tools there. So that's a way you can find it easily, even if there's nobody at the desk. Okay, proposal 2, let's deal with that, take them in order. Proposal 2 has been revised by a drafting committee. So I'm not sure that there's still a motion on the floor. I'm going to rule that there isn't, and we need to, as distributed, there is we need a correction in B, paragraph B or subsection B. We want to track the language of subsection A. So in the second line, misconduct common, comma, strike which, just strike out that one word and replace it with unless the offense. So it will read, any offense of sexual misconduct common, comma, unless the offense shall have been committed within 10 years immediately preceding the time of the presentment. Would someone care to move this proposal? Mrs. Weaver has moved the proposal. Colonel Tackerberry has seconded it. So it is now on the floor for discussion. I think Father Bruce and Canon Hollister have asked to address the proposal. It's two of the drafters. We will alternate sort of positions if there is debate. Father Bruce.
You have to speak directly into it according to.
Okay, how about that? Can you hear me now? Wise men say. All right. The consensus of the ad hoc group that was put together by the Archbishop, by Your Grace, during the lunch was to clarify and reorganize proposal number 2 as set forth with the correction to account for the typo that I made when we typed it up. We've kept the essence of the original proposal with a general 5-year limitation period on actions. And then we have specified, rather than 10.1.01 refer to a whole class of different alleged offenses, some of which may have been relatively minor and some of which could have been very serious. And rather than extend the generous limitation period to cover all of those, we simply said for an offense of sexual misconduct, which is a clarification and a change to show that the extension of the limitation applies only in those kinds of cases. We did keep the 10-year limitation based on discussions, just for the benefit of the group, Your Grace, if I may. Both Father DiMartino and I and Canon Hollister have a lot of legal experience between us. I've dealt specifically with a lot of cases of child sexual and physical abuse over the years, both as a state's attorney and as a judge. And we have had experience with cases where victims have unrealistic expectations because of greatly extended periods of limitation, which leads sometimes to real disappointment and further trauma for them because they believe that they can wait as long as necessary, as long as they feel like they want to wait, with no real pressure to go forward, and can just come forward at any time. And sometimes it's simply impracticable effectively to try those cases at those very late dates, which is re-traumatic for victims of these crimes. The other issue that we've heard in expert testimony repeatedly is that victims benefit by having a deadline under which to operate in order to get closure. That they have a psychological sort of, and again, we're not psychologists, we're lawyers, but we've heard this, that they have a psychological inclination to avoid dealing with these things as long as possible, and so to put off prosecution or trials in cases, and that having a time set for them to do so that allows long enough for them to have effective counseling and healing from traumatic experiences so that they can deal with them effectively, but also doesn't allow them to completely put them off and avoid closure for a long time is very good for them. So it can be good for victims of trauma to have a deadline against which they have to operate. So we haven't opted for a recommendation of 0 limitation on those cases for all of those reasons. I think that's everything. We also just clarified what the filing of a civil or criminal action does for the tolling of the statute of limitations and what has to be done after that.
Thank you, Father. I take that as speaking in favor of the motion. Father Weiss, please come forward and speak into the microphone. Father Timothy Weiss, Diocese of the Mid-Atlantic States.
Could you please clarify for me Part B? It seems like it's saying opposite of what we believe, and I may just misunderstand it. Can't hear you. Please clarify Part B. Because the way I read it, it sounds like it's forbidding a presentment during those 10 years, and I don't think that's what we were after. So how have I misunderstood it?
Unless the offense, no presentment shall be made, unless the offense shall have been committed within 10 years immediately preceding the time of the presentment.
So unless is inserted between.
Remove which in the second line and replace it with unless the offense.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Seeing no one further, right? Yes, Mr. West. Sorry.
On item C, do you intend it to be the earlier or the later of those two dates? Because it says date or date, but it doesn't really specify how you intend that case to be resolved.
You're addressing the drafters?
36 years of age or until 15 years have elapsed.
I understand. Who is you?
I guess it'd be member of Canonical.
Father DiMartino.
So that pertains to legal disability. So if somebody was in a coma, if somebody had a mental defect, the 15 years will start after the legal disability ends. So it's a minor or somebody with a legal disability.
So that would, but you're intending then that that would be if that's later than the 36 years?
Correct. 'Cause say somebody,
No, I understand the factual situation, but it
Yeah.
doesn't say if later.
Well, but it doesn't have to.
Okay.
It says, or until 15 years have elapsed since the removal of a legal disability.
Okay.
Well, a legal disability will end at somebody's majority, at 18. So, or a legal disability will end at some point in time when either a mental defect or something along those lines is removed.
No, I understand
Yeah,
the
so,
factual
yeah,
situation.
yeah.
Jessica Bracken speaking for the Missionary Diocese of the Resurrection. I know that a lot has been said from the legal perspective, but I would like to say I do have a psychology degree, and from the perspective of victims, that the time frame that you've offered is, from a mental recovery standpoint, not sufficient. I personally would recommend after a person has become of age, has raised their children, because as someone as a victim, you go into protective mode and you then protect the next generation of your children, and then after they have grown and you are now able to process and to recover yourself is the time in which they would reasonably be expected to deal with these things. So you're talking closer to 40 years for someone who was victimized as a youth, in order, someone who is of 50 years of age, perhaps, that would now be in a position that they would able, from a psychological perspective, to be able to heal and to actually come forward and deal with this. So that would be my perspective from the psychological perspective.
Thank you. Further discussion?
This is Father Gary again from the Diocese of the Resurrection, Missionary Diocese.
Father, could you lower the microphone a little bit and get an inch or two closer for the people in the back?
Yes, I'm vertically challenged. That's a genetic issue. But in order to bring some closure to Section B, and being straight and direct to the point, I suggest it should read something like, there shall be no limitation period applicable to any presentment for sexual misconduct or sexual offense. This will cover the second generation of the victim plus victim children, or will satisfy the limitation of the 36 years of age. So my proposal is that it should read, there should be no limitation period applicable to any presentment for sexual offenses.
I take it that Father Gary has moved an amendment of Section B, which would read, unless the offense, no. There should, so you begin the sentence, there should be no limitation on a presentment made concerning any offense of sexual misconduct, period. Okay?
That would effectively remove C and D.
Which would remove make C and D unnecessary or inapplicable. So this is a motion to amend. There should be no limitation on a presentment concerning any offense of sexual misconduct. No limitation on time. No time limitation. Is that correct?
That would be the essence of my submission.
Period, and then everything else omitted. Is there a second? There's a second. Name, please. Alan Stone. Discussion of the amendment. Father Bruce?
Just to say, just for clarification, Your Grace, just that
if the limitation period were completely removed, that would obviate the need for Section C, but not necessarily for Section D.
Thank you. So I'll rule that the amendment is to alter the language in B as stated and then remove C.
Just as to, since the amendment's on the table now, since the amendment is on the table now, the issue of somebody coming back later, 20, 30, 40 years, does not weigh the equities between the priest and the victim. Because somebody could come forward with an accusation, a lot of the witnesses will be gone. The whole purpose of limitations period, as Canon Hollister said earlier, was to put some finality. However, there is no limitation period in the amendment, the original amendment that we put forward, because if somebody has filed a civil action and they're able to do so based on the civil laws where the statute of limitations where the statute of limitations was either waived or the ability to go forward, or a criminal matter where the statute of limitations has been extended, somebody 40 years later can bring an action. So it sounds good, but it just does not weigh the equities.
Thank you, Father. Further discussion? Rising to discuss?
I just have...
sorry, name please?
Aidan Spalding, Diocese of the Holy Trinity. I just have a few concerns regarding this amendment beyond the lack of witnesses and foggy details and memory problems at the age of 40, 50, 60 years old. And that is that the number of false accusations that we see in the Roman Church is astounding. I can't remember which bishop, I think it was Archbishop Cordileone of San Francisco who said at one point that 80% of the priests in his diocese have been accused of something and only 3% were actually true. And so I'm concerned that if we were to get rid of all limitations, it would make it all too easy for disgruntled parishioners to attack clergy that they have a beef with, and they wouldn't, there would be almost, it would make it just so much, there would be very little protection for the clergy in that case.
No, no conversation except through the chair.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to bring up.
Thank you. Further discussion?
I apologize if this has already been stated,
Father,
unfortunately.
name and place. Everybody, name and diocese, name and diocese.
Father Thomas Harbold, Diocese of the Holy Cross. And, but I would just like to follow on to the previous comment with the note that in many cases, a conviction is not necessary in order to damage or destroy the reputation of a person who has been accused. The accusation itself can be something that follows them through the remainder of their career, possibly even the remainder of their life. So on the subject of balancing equities, that's just something that I thought was worth bringing up.
Thank you, Father. Further discussion?
Linda Wilkins, Church, Diocese of Holy Cross. A lot of this is written for one victim, and a lot of times with sexual abuse, there's multiple victims. So it's possible you could put something in here about if there's multiple allegations that are credible, you could have an unlimited amount of time. Just a suggestion.
Ms. Wilkins? Just giving your name to the Secretary, Diocese of the Holy Cross. Further discussion? Seeing no one rise, we will begin the vote. We will vote by orders, beginning with the laity. This is on the amendment. And actually, I think Dr. Lloyd, the amendment, I heard a no. I think the amendment is just, that is not a vote by orders because it's not actual legislation. It's a procedural vote on an amendment to a resolution. It's the canonical legislation that's a vote by orders. Is that correct? Is Dr. Lloyd in the house? Not your understanding? You believe this should be by orders? No, it's an amendment to and we could still vote down the resolution. No, don't raise your hands. Dr. Lloyd, you can come forward and address the chair. My understanding, Dr. Lloyd, is we are not legislating at the moment. We are voting to amend a motion which then would have to be voted on, and that would be... Okay, thank you. Yes, the Secretary will read the amendment. So take the language in 10.1.08, limitation.
Are we voting on the amendment
Yes.
to change the?
We are voting on the amendment to change what is in front of you in writing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And the amendment is everything through A, as is, in front of you. And then B is changed to read.
There will be no time limitation on presentment of any offense of sexual misconduct.
Did everybody get that? There will be no time limit on any presentment concerning sexual misconduct.
And that, also that, proving that takes out C and D.
No. At this point, it takes out C and D would become C. Everybody clear what we're voting on? Okay. Now, we are not voting on orders because we are voting on what the resolution will be that would be legislation if it were passed. So this is a vote of all orders at once. I'll ask for those supporting the amendment first, and then those opposed. Those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. Do the ayes think we need a count? They would like a count. So tellers, divide up the House, and if you're not actually a delegate, everybody stay seated, please. Those in favor of the amendment, please stand. And tellers, where are you? Okay. And don't forget to count yourselves when you're counting your side. These are ayes supporting the amendment. Yeah, there should be 4 or 5 tellers.
I'm just not standing up because we had one bishop here who voted.
Sure. I'm just wanting to make sure the tellers are actually in the House counting. Good. Well, we have 1. Where's Mary Martha Lewis? Oh, there you go. Are you counting? Okay. Very good. Well, we're missing Jackie and Kathleen. Okay. All right. Well, we'll talk to them later. Please be seated. Those opposed, please stand.
Standing to vote. No. Give me a chair and I'll sit down.
That's all right. No, not as chairman. Chairman's neutral. I get my say with consent or lack of consent.
That's true.
You can have my chair, Father, if you want.
No, that's all right. I just didn't want to be counted.
All right, the amendment failed. The vote was 8 to 101. We are now back to the unamended proposal, which is on the floor, but has not been voted on. We are now back to discussion on the proposal with the editorial correction in Part B. Discussion?
Nick McAvoy, Diocese of the Holy Cross. I'm sorry, I think we covered this at the outset, but it's been a while now. And what exactly are we replacing with this proposal? Was there essentially no statute of limitations until now, and we're instituting one?
As I understand it, normally in canonical matters, the statute of limitations is 5 years or 10 years. So this is a stiffening of an increasing of the limitation to benefit victims. You're welcome. Further discussion? Okay, now, yes, Father Charles. Father Philippe Charles.
Father Philippe Charles from the Missionary Diocese of the Caribbean, specifically Haiti. I know the importance of language in psychology as a clinical psychologist, so I regret sincerely that the amendment is not accepted, because one word can modify the whole meaning of the whole thing, and we have really a minimum people who have voted the amendment, but I really think the amendment should be given some consideration. I mean, in some languages to use in that was an important factor, the amendment. Thank you. I don't know if I make it understandable quite. No.
Oh, I understand. You're saying the amendment should be reconsidered.
Yes.
Well, that would require a motion to reconsider, and the barrier for passing that is very high. But you're free to do that. Then we'd have to vote on a motion to reconsider. Is that correct, Dr. Lloyd? A motion to what is required for a motion to reconsider? Yeah, so it would be a 2/3 majority as opposed to a 1/10 minority.
That is correct, 2/3.
2/3. Thank you.
Val-Ann McIvers from the Diocese of New Orleans. I would like to know if the term sexual misconduct is defined in the canons. Does that include looking at a person in a sexual way? Or are we talking about actual acts of conduct, of contact? What is this term we're discussing? And until that's defined, I think we must be very careful about proceeding lest we have attacks on our clergy that are unwarranted. And so I'm asking, is this term defined in the canons somewhere?
I think I can, without taking a position on the issue, say there's some definition, because what we're talking about is an offense against the moral teaching of the church, or a criminal in the sense of civil criminal law, a criminal act. But beyond that, I don't think there is a definition in the canons of sexual misconduct.
Is it wise for us to proceed without such a definition?
You're asking my opinion, and I am the neutral chairman.
I understand. Father Hollister, is it wise for us to proceed without such a definition?
I'm very sympathetic to the point that Dr. McIver raises. However, and I'd be interested to hear Father Bruce and Father DiMartino's opinions on this. It seems to me that especially in today's world, it's going to be extremely difficult to come up with a definition that satisfies not only everybody, that's impossible, but a significant slice of interested opinion. I think the Archbishop's suggestion that since this is anchored in Canon 10, Section 1, which deals with criminal matters and matters importing moral turpitude, that there is room there for a court confronted with a specific fact pattern, remembering that courts generally rule on facts, not on hypotheticals. For a court to define whether a given proposed set of facts should be included within this concept or not. Now, that may, to some people, that may sound like a wishy-washy and strange kind of thing, because most people, probably to their benefit, have not been subjected to a course in legal history. But our whole Anglo-American legal system arose from a situation in which King Henry II sent judges around England on circuit with instructions to try criminal and civil cases and gave them no instructions about how they were to decide those cases. And our whole common law system arises from the accumulation of those decisions over time, and the judges apparently felt, I think wisely, that they ought to be consistent, which is why past decisions acquired this significance in deciding future cases, which it doesn't have in the civilian systems. I think in this area we're kind of in that kind of a situation, because I don't think any of us is wise enough to sit here and come up with a comprehensive set of definitions that will solve all problems in this area. I would not be in the least surprised if a church court confronted with a problem didn't decide for itself that anything that did not involve physical contact, for example, might not be within its competence. Now, somebody can probably now suggest situations where that is too restrictive.
Yeah, child sexual pornography creation of, that would be one that we'd probably agree was.
Well, there's a sense
but there's
impression
not much
there.
contact.
You're illustrating very well why this is such a difficult thing to decide. And as somebody who was trained in the common law, but has spent my whole career practicing in a civilian system, I'm kind of inclined to the idea that it's really important to wait for concrete factual situations, because there's nothing to decide until you have a body of facts in front of you. Okay. I'm just not sure that's a very satisfying answer, because you've raised an extremely important point.
So this is something that, if I understand correctly, that should this situation arise, there would have to be some judgment about whether or not it falls under the purview of this canon.
Yes, and I also would expect that the decision in that case would become part of our body of precedential law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Father DiMartino.
Thank you, Your Grace. Canons, statutes, constitutions are not made to have specific definitions. So when you're looking and you're analyzing things, whether it's canon law or civil law, you take a look at the body of information around you. In a case of sexual misconduct, a lot of times we're relying on maybe a civil action that's been filed or a criminal action that's been filed. So you're going to look at what the law is in that area. But it'll be the tribunal that'll be able to determine what sexual misconduct is or isn't. If there's not a specific definition in the law, then the next step is the common ordinary definition of that. And then you go down to a dictionary. So there's a hierarchy that the tribunal will have in order to determine what sexual misconduct is. Because what might be sexual misconduct in 2023 might be different in 2030. So canons are not supposed to have that specificity, because this is a document that's supposed to go on and on.
Thank you, Father. Seeing no one rise, I am prepared to call for a vote. This will be a vote by orders, beginning with the laity. We'll take a voice vote first, and if there's any desire that it be show of hands instead, after we have the voice vote, we'll do that. So what we are now voting on is to approve Proposal 2 as amended with the editorial correction. Laymen in favor, please say aye. Aye. Laymen opposed, please say no. I think clearly the ayes have it. Now we'll ask clergy vote. Clergy in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Clergy opposed, please say no.
No.
Would you like a vote? No. Okay. Bishops in favor, please say aye. Bishops opposed, please say no. Okay. Pending the Metropolitan's consent, and I'm not consenting to things individually as they happen, that'll come at the end, that proposal has been passed, thus extending the statute of limitations on that set of issues. We now come before Proposal 3. Do you have that?
So they need this page of Proposal 3 plus they need the original.
Yeah, take your original Constitution and Canons report. You are missing part of Proposal 3. That has now been distributed to you, but you're going to need the original report for the second part of Proposal 3. The floor, well, I believe this proposal is on the floor as part of the report. Would someone care to move Proposal 3 for purposes of discussion? Father Weaver moves it. Is there a second? Mr. Bullock. The floor is now open for discussion concerning Proposal 3. Now, we discussed the matter concerning cases involving a bishop before lunch. What we were missing was this, that's actually just a tracking of the language concerning a priest or deacon, which was Proposal 3. So the basic idea was, as I understand it, to prevent clergy from resigning and then going to another church without a trial having been held in which discreditable conduct could be made a matter of record, which would then perhaps follow them rather than if they just resigned. Discussion? Seeing no one rise, I am prepared. Well, let's take the two together because they're both really saying the same thing. It's just one is clergy and one is bishops. Does anyone object to that? All right. Would someone care to move number 4, Father Weaver? Second, Father Edlin. Okay. So I'm going to take a vote on both proposals together. This is legislation, so it has to be done by orders. Laymen in favor of this proposal, please say aye. Aye. Lay delegates opposed to this proposal, please say nay. Clergy in favor of this proposal, please say aye. Aye. Clergy opposed, please say nay. Bishops in favor, please say aye. Bishops opposed, please say nay. That has passed. We have one final proposal. Two. I thought there was five, just number
There
five.
were five, yeah. We got that. We have this one,
Oh, yeah, yes.
and then we have the,
Right. Sorry, there are two more matters. Proposal number 5 has been handed out to you, and this was to deal with the question asked during the discussion before lunch about the burden of proof, and this fixes the burden of proof for canon law matters as moral certainty. Right? So there's a hierarchy of kinds of certainty, from beyond a shadow of a doubt to a preponderance of evidence to more.
it's not moral certainty, it's clear and convincing evidence.
I beg your pardon, it's not moral certainty. When I asked for an explanation, I was told moral certainty. So the standard is clear and convincing evidence, except in marriage tribunals. Right? Would someone care to move this proposal?
Mr. Bullock?
Mr. Bullock and Father Braddock. Father Brackett. I'm going to have trouble all week now with that. All right, so the matter is on the floor. Discussion. Laymen in favor, please say aye. Aye. Laymen opposed, please say nay. Clergy in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Clergy opposed, please say nay. Bishops in favor, please say aye. Bishops opposed, please say nay. That has passed, again pending the Metropolitan's consent. The final matter, I think, will be blessedly uncontroversial, and that is to establish a diocese and alter a diocese. This is not legislation of the Anglican Catholic Church as such, but legislation of the original province of the Anglican Catholic Church.
An amendment to footnote 2 and 3, it's 25th.
Okay. In the text that has been distributed to you, in the footnotes, there is an error. The 15th Synod in the second and third notes should read the 25th Synod. So add an X in each case. So this establishes a diocese of Mindanao. The bishops have already established the diocese tentatively. This is to confirm it by inserting a description of it in the canons of the province. And the Diocese of Mindanao basically will be the island of Mindanao and some minor islands nearby. It is given the geographical legal description with the naming of 6 civil districts.
The Wikipedia definition.
It's the Wikipedia definition.
The Father Fogg and found.
Yes. And then we have to change the boundaries of the existing Diocese of the Philippines by removing Mindanao. Would someone care to move this? Mr. Pearson, Mrs. Weaver. Discussion.
Nick McAvoy, Diocese of the Holy Cross. It's wonderful, uncontroversial. Just wondering for a little bit of the context. Is there growth on that island, or what's going on here?
Yes.
Enough growth that this new body would automatically be a diocese instead of a missionary district. It's there right now.
And the bishops have also elected a bishop for them, who, if we have time later, we will hear from. But yes, this is not a speculative creation. This is recognizing actual reality. Was that moved? That was moved and seconded. Further discussion. Again, votes by orders. Laity in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Clergy in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bishops in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. All right, very good. And in fact, I'll give that my canonical assent and consent immediately. That, I am sure you are sad to learn, is the end of that item of business. So we move back to our agenda. Report on the Metropolitan concerning the state of the church. My report is, I have given you my report in my charge, as supplemented by subsequent reports from the Secretary and my report for the Department of Ecumenical Relations. That is my report. We won't bother with voting on these individually. Canon Foggin, would you like to report as clerk of the College of Bishops?
I'll read this off my phone since my computer is being used for streaming right now. Your Grace, my Lords Bishop, Reverend Fathers, ladies and gentlemen, since the last Provincial Synod, meetings of the College of Bishops of the Anglican Catholic Church, original province, were held on Thursday, October 13th, 2022 at St. Albans Parish, Richmond, Virginia, and on Tuesday, October 20th, no, that's incorrect, that was 10th, 2023 at the Doubletree Hilton Hotel, Orlando, Florida. The 2022 meeting was held both in person and on Zoom. Reports were received from the various geographic areas where the ACC is present, and significant time was spent discussing the situation of the church in Africa, particularly Rwanda. The Archbishop also gave an extensive report on ecumenical relations. At the 2023 meeting, the College approved the provincial budget and canonical legislation. There was a discussion about the reception of a large group of Canterbury Communion Anglicans in Tanzania. The college elected Father Arthur Dejas Rosales to fill the vacancy in the Philippines and created a new diocese in Mindanao. The Reverend June Paul Canilla was then elected as its first bishop. The college also approved a proposal by the Archbishop to allocate an annual sum of St. Paul Mission Society funds for the purpose of church planting or rejuvenation of parishes in the U.S. Minutes were duly taken and will be distributed to the bishops, the provincial secretary, and pending approval to other interested parties. Newsworthy items will be brought to the attention of the Trinitarian and will be duly publicized. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Foggin. Bishop Leroux, chairman of the Ordinary of the Military Ordinariate, would you care to make your report? Bishop Captain? Wherever you're more comfortable. People can see you if you're there.
Good afternoon. Would our chaplains please stand up? I don't know if they're all here or not. We have Chaplain Pearson, Chaplain Jacobs, We have way in the back is Father Casey, all of them. Thank you very much. You notice how young they are. You should have a copy of a brief report that I usually pass out every time we have a provincial synod. It gives you a general idea who the chaplains are. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I did want to let you know that we are, one of the important things that we do is that you notice that we have future accessions. And that means that I've had a number of inquiries about chaplains that, of other denominations that are very much interested in becoming over to the ACC and becoming chaplains. Of the three that I have there, Sam Franczak, who was up in Michigan, Chaplain Mark Brooks, and Father Ventina Martinez. Two of those three accessions will probably take place in at least this year, probably before December, I suspect. So this is pushing our numbers, which we have been pretty steadily having about 6 or 7 up to 9 chaplains, which is a really positive growth in our mind too. So wanted to see that. With regards to a little bit of funding, our hope is to increase giving to the jurisdiction so that I can have a little bit of money to float around and visit some of them at their commands. We don't have the money to do that right now, but if you're interested in making a contribution, please check our little table we have over here, and there's a little card that gives you the address and where you can make the check out to and send it to us. Just a correction also on the total amount. Instead of I'm a little about $30 short. So if anybody would like to take a donation, no, I'm just kidding. My calculator wasn't working, so the number really at the end of the day is $5,220.16. Okay, just as a note of effort. Also, one other note, the Admiral Hawk Education Scholarship Fund was established when Admiral Hawk was alive. He was a well-known and wonderful member at St. Andrews and Market in Alexandria. And he was the person who went down to the Pentagon and reinstituted the endorsement for chaplains in the Anglican Catholic Church. Since his death, we established this fund, which is used to help facilitate chaplains who are having difficulty getting through seminary and hope that they will someday become an Army, Navy, or Air Force chaplain and help them with their costs and expenses. I mean, we know it's not a lot, but it is there. So, and that fund is now up to $2,200. Other than that, that's it. And before I go, I do want to introduce Joseph Alexander. Joe, would you stand up there? He, Lieutenant Colonel, Marine Corps, hoorah. He is my EA, and he actually does all the paperwork, except he left this one to me, and he corrected me in my arithmetic. But other than that, Joe does a wonderful job filling out the 2088s that we have to send into the Department of Defense. And keep all that going. So congratulations to our chaplains, and welcome for being here. It's great having you.
Let me be open to a motion to receive those reports just made from on the state of the church, the College of Bishops, the military ordinariate, and yes, it is so moved. Seconded. Got that? Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you. The report on the patrimony of the Metropolitan is in your packet. I'm not going to read it. No need to read it. The patrimony consists of parishes in a place in the world outside of the province of Southern Africa, which is not organized as a diocese. There's a priest in France and a priest in Netherlands. They're the only two in the patrimony, and one congregation with the priest in Netherlands. Otherwise, the patrimony can consist of congregations that have had some problem with their bishop, and the Archbishop takes them under his immediate control. There are no such. That's what the report says. I am going to read, if you'll bear with me and be a little patient, it's not a long report, but I am going to read the report on the Department of Ecumenical Relations, which I think is a matter of some interest, and it may also produce some questions. In recent reports on ecumenical matters to Provincial Synod, I have noted tangible benefits of the ecumenical policy of our church. As you may recall, in 2017, we established full communion with the Anglican Church in America, the Anglican Province of America, and the Diocese of the Holy Cross. For many purposes, this agreement roughly tripled the effective size of our church. The results of this policy are joint synods, joint clergy retreats, the licensing and sharing of each other's clergy, the merging of some small congregations into more viable entities, convenience for our communicants who travel or move, and the reduction of destabilizing jurisdiction hopping by clergy and congregations. A spirit of cooperation and cordiality has, in most places, replaced one of competition and suspicion. A bit over 3 years ago in January, a bit over 3 years later after 2017, in January 2021, the G4 became the G3 when the Diocese of the Holy Cross organically united with the Anglican Catholic Church. Particularly for us in the Southeast, the benefits of this merger have been notable. In the last year, Bishop Todd Giffen of the APA released a parish in Indiana to the ACC and the Diocese of the Midwest, which has permitted easier and more frequent episcopal oversight for them. On an informal level, some G3 clergy are discussing what we might call the rationalization of pastoral care. Consider, for example, the ACC's Diocese of the Midwest, where the see was vacated by Bishop Stark's sudden and lamentable death in August. While a bishop of the ACC could be episcopal visitor, it seemed sensible for me to ask the ACA's Bishop Patrick Fodor in Illinois to visit parishes around the corner from him, rather than ask Bishop Leroux or Bishop Scarlett or me to provide care in the Midwest. And the canonists and the bishops agree that that makes sense. And Bishop Fodor has indicated he will accept my appointment as our episcopal visitor for the Midwest. I also consulted with the guardians of the spiritualities of the Midwest. Really, their only question was, can you do something about it if we don't like him? And I said, yes, the Metropolitan may appoint and disappoint episcopal visitors. Ecumenical news also is mostly positive as we move outward in concentric circles from the immediate family of the G3. Relations with the Anglican Province of Christ the King remain cordial, particularly with the ACC. Canon Stephen Dart was our retreat master for the G3 Lenten retreat at the Monastery of the Holy Spirit in Conyers, Georgia, earlier this year. I've already said Bishop Ben Jones hoped to be here, but illness in the family prevented that. Bishop Ryan Reed of the Diocese of Fort Worth and ACNA was to be our banquet speaker. Again, serious illness in his family prevents that. Our relations with ACNA as such remain cool at best, partly because ACNA continues to permit the ordination of women without any abatement. Also, many of our parishes and dioceses in the G3 have experienced what at least has felt like predatory ACNA church planting. Official remonstrances to ACNA officials have not produced any response whatsoever on the diocesan or church level, which strikes me as just plain bad manners. Until such problems are resolved, the G3 cannot do anything more than work with elements in ACNA that are closer to us than is ACNA as a whole. Our formal dialogue between the G4 and the Polish National Catholic Church began in January 2019. Physical meetings of this dialogue paused during Corona tide, but have now resumed. The goal of this dialogue is to restore full communion of Orthodox Anglicans and Old Catholics, which was disrupted by the unilateral actions of the Episcopal Church in 1976 and by the Union of Utrecht later. In addition to restoring the status quo ante, we also seek to achieve mutual accountability and more secure and stable doctrinal agreement. As I noted in my charge, Bishop Paul Sobachevsky, the PC co-chairman of the dialogue, and Father Rob Nemkevich, the PNCC's ecumenical officer, are present at this synod. We value their presence and appreciate the dialogue that their presence represents. I also mentioned in my charge a joint meeting between G3 representatives and bishops of the Charismatic Episcopal Church in Columbus, Georgia at St. George's Church in March. Conversations were very cordial, and we agreed to continue both formal and informal contacts. Finally, the G3 have also taken initial steps toward a dialogue with the Orthodox Church in America, the OCA. The OCA agreed to host an initial meeting at St. Vladimir Seminary, but the illness of the main OCA representative to the dialogue has delayed an actual meeting. I should say that the G3 goal in this dialogue is realistic and limited. We do not expect a united church embracing the G3 and the OCA, although we would be delighted if that happened. We do hope for cordial relations and a restoration of the friendship that again was broken by the Episcopal Church's unilateral activities in 1976. After these positive reports, allow me again to repeat a somewhat negative note from my 2021 report. We continue to be disturbed by the policies of the Reformed Episcopal Church. While we have not sought to broadcast this fact, all of you should be aware that the G4 prior to 2017 agreed that formal relations with the REC are not possible until the REC first leaves ACNA and secondly removes the Declaration of Principles from their formularies. The ACC, more than our G3 partners, also have scruples about REC orders. But practically speaking, the G3 remain unanimous in believing that both REC membership in ACNA and its formularies are problematic. Dialogue with anyone is possible. Fruitful dialogue must rest on essential theological agreement, and that is not possible with an ecclesial body that ordains women and that appears to repudiate apostolic succession, baptismal regeneration, and the real presence. That is my formal report. I should say that I have met the last couple days with, of course, bishops from the APA and ACA. Very little progress has been made since our last Provincial Synod, and I have been the squeaky wheel objecting to that fact. There are some understandable reasons for a slowing of progress, one of which was a change in APA leadership. We all understand Archbishop Jones needs to solidify his new job. I'm happy to report yesterday I met with Archbishop Shane Jansen and all of the bishops of the ACA and Bishop Craig Botterill also from Canada. And I told them, I would have told them earlier if I'd been asked, but I wasn't, that I saw no reason why the ACC could not extend to the TAC as a whole our agreement of mutual recognition of orders and a concordat, such as we have with that part of the TAC, which is the Anglican Church in America. They were very pleased by that. I also said that I saw no reason why we could not agree to a kind of agreement of respect for each other's integrity outside the United States, where such an agreement already occurs. which would mean we don't take on clergy and dioceses from each other without prior consultation and agreement. The only real area internationally where there is any kind of serious conflict has been South Africa, but I don't think there is any conflict between our current leadership in South Africa and the TAC as such. The expansion of the province of Southern Africa through the reception of 3 dioceses from the Umziwazi Ethiopia traditional rite is accepted by the TAC because the Umziwazi Ethiopia traditional rite was not at the time part of the TAC, and at least at the level of the primate of the TAC, this is not an issue or a problem. And we hope and we understand that the leader of the TAC in South Africa, Bishop Michael Gill, will be seeking out Archbishop Dominic for conversations. So I think that is some rather concrete progress and maybe gets things moving. I will say there are bishops in the ACA which would very much like to see more progress, particularly with the ACC, sooner rather than later. But my advice to them is you don't split an existing unity in order to unite with somebody else. That's the way it was done at Deerfield Beach, and that was a mistake and it didn't work, and I have been told we're sorry for that by TAC leaders. And I said, it's far in the past as far as we're concerned in the States, but at the international level, we appreciate that. Thank you very much. So that's in the past, but we're not going to do that to them in the future. So we're going to try to consult and reach agreements. I hope that before our next Provincial Synod, we all will have more unification progress to report, but right now I think things are moving along pretty well. Thank you. Bishop Scarlett, we don't really have a Department of Evangelism. You know, come on, let's be real, we don't. In fact, we don't have a Department of Stewardship. We don't have a Department of Education. This was a structure designed for a church that would have 250,000 people within 5 years. That church did not appear, and we don't live in it. However, I would like you to say a few words to us, or you can give a few more than a few words, if you would care to. Sure.
For a moment, I thought I was off the hook, and then invited up, so it was good. A couple things. We don't have a formal Department of Evangelism that meets, and has these regular meetings. But a little history is in order, and a little where we are now. We once had actually evangelism congresses, and some of you may remember those. We actually met biannually for about 4 or 5 years on the off years of our synod. We had those congresses. I think one was in Cleveland. I think one was in New Orleans. And they're notable for, we had a good time there, but I don't think they really accomplished a lot evangelism-wise. And we learned a few things, I think, from those early efforts. I've learned a lot in about 40 years of efforts. But first of all, a lot of the evangelism stuff was falsely oriented around the idea, here's what everyone should do. And then we're going to try to convince everyone to come and do that. And then it also tended to have people, when you had a congress like that, where a church would send maybe a rector and one person, and they get all really excited, and then they go back to the parish, and nobody had any interest in doing any of the things that they'd gotten excited about for the week. So what we've learned, I think, over the years is that no program will work everywhere. The same thing won't work exactly the same in every place. And nothing will work anywhere without missionaries. And that consists of 2 things. You have to have a person, a clergy, who has a heart for mission, who wants to reach people who aren't there, and then a missionary remnant of people who also want to create a place where, you know, a community that's open to people coming in. Frankly, it's a shift in psychology in our church from the beginning time. We were holding on to this thing we had, bringing in those who agreed with us, and you know, and kind of keeping out, you know, the heretics and the other things and those who didn't do liturgy just the right way, to a psychology now that we're realizing we have entered into a new world, and we have to approach it in a new way, understanding that no one knows what we're doing outside of us. So you can advertise it, but they're not coming. And how do we create evangelism in that world? And so the missionary orientation, we realize now, consists of a couple of things. Inwardly, it consists of a community committed to its life of prayer, its own formation, its own prayer, and its own growth in the fruits of the Spirit in its own midst. Unless you have a life of prayer, unless that life of prayer in your mission or church is leading you to love each other better, you have nothing to offer anybody who's coming. And then secondarily with that is a genuine love of souls. That is, we really would like to minister to people who aren't us. And as natural as that sounds, it's not that heart for those who are not us is not present everywhere. You know, a lot of times it's been, you know, it happens not just in our churches. People come and say, oh, you know, where do you go to church? And then we find, when they tell us, some of our churches will find all the things that are wrong that might make them not really fit there. Evangelism now has to start with, who are you? What's your story? Let's get together and talk. Come to this space of hospitality that will be open to you. So the interior life for prayer, cultivating a real spiritual life in the community that's producing the fruits of the Spirit, that is, people are growing in the virtues and evident in the love in the community, and then there's a real desire to reach those who aren't there. When someone comes you don't know, you wonder, who are you? Hey, what's going on with you? You're not like, you know, what are you doing here kind of thing. And so the other thing about it, we don't think there's really a program that can work. So where those things are present, where there's a missionary and a remnant, the various efforts afoot that we see in some of the meeting last night, the continuing forward, I know Bishop Hewitt's going to talk tonight. There's a lot of efforts afoot, which are good conversations that have a lot of different dimensions to it, and different churches might gravitate towards one kind of approach versus another kind of approach. And I think evangelism now, the best way it can be supported is in very localized ways. That is to say, what do you have where you are, and how can we support what you have going on there? And so this is the thing that I've been pushing or practicing now for the last 10 years in the context where I am is the remnant approach, which seeks to orient the renewal of the church around the spiritual formation of a remnant. That is, the people most committed to the life of prayer, most committed to being present together in community. And as that gets cultivated within, it creates a kind of attractiveness. And then we think, how do we reach out into hospitality spaces? And that's the kind of thing we're offering specific help and support for, but you won't see an advertisement for it. But talk to me if you're interested in doing that. I'll say it again. And then next year at this time, we will be having a retreat for those who are committed and interested in this approach. This is not, we're not going to try to sell you on anything. If you don't want to really reorient, that's okay. But we're going to have a retreat again next year at this time in Lake Dallas, Texas, like we had last year. If you're interested about being part of that, talk to me. Last year we had Bishop Chad there, we had Bishop Hewitt there, we had some really great presentations. It was mostly, what made it special was it was oriented around people who were talking about what they were doing in mission. There wasn't any complaining about how bad the world is or who we're angry at. And evangelism must reorient around that, the cultivation of our own life and our genuine heart for those around us. And just as a closing note, it's okay if you don't know how to do that. Tonight at evening prayer, one of the, I think, a foundational thing we've done to focus on mission, and for that I thank Bishop Wilson, who about 11 years ago, 12 years ago, visited a church in mission, and he preached to us that if you want your churches to grow, you have to fast and you have to pray. Now, in South Sudan, when they fast and pray, they gather for 3 days and sing and pray and don't eat anything at all. That bar is a little, probably can't pull that off where we are, but what we did do is we established our Wednesday, every Wednesday as a day of fasting and prayer for mission. We developed our litany for mission, which we'll pray tonight at evening prayer, and that's the beginning thing you can do. You don't have to know what to do. I think we often make the mistake of starting with the program. We got to start in the upper room like the first apostles. They didn't know what to do either. So they waited and prayed for 9 days, and the Holy Spirit led them to do something. So if we start that energy of setting a day aside in our parishes and missions to fast and pray for mission. What does that mean? During that day, on Wednesday, in some way, fast in some way. Eat less than you normally do. If you're young and strong, fast all day. Turn off your internet, whatever, detach from something, and then during the day, pray the litany for mission with the intention for God's work in your context. And we're very grateful for Bishop Wilson. We've been doing that now for 10 years, and we think it's a huge foundation for the what's happened with us and now how some of these things are coming on, because, yeah, let's face it, we don't know what to do. So start by admitting it and fasting and praying for some insight in a way forward. So that's my report. Any further questions or want to talk about more stuff, we'll be hanging out later on tonight. Come and join us, and we'll chat more. So thank you.
Thank you, Bishop. The St. Paul Missionary Society report, I think, largely has been covered in my discussion of the financial aspect or side of that report. We have already said we're going to add the domestic component and work on helping Father McElveen work in Atlanta, and I'm very excited and pleased about that. There are dioceses now in the original province that do not receive regular support from the St. Paul Mission Society. It's basically become a first come, first serve. We keep adding dioceses and we don't keep adding large amounts of money. So we can't add indefinitely to a budget if resources don't grow. What we can do, and as I have said, is direct or pass along funding that is designated, and we have done that, and that's actually more money than the budgeted amount, so that if bishops are able to interest people in their projects and in their work, and those interested folk donate, then we are able to pass along that money. For a small church, I think we do an incredible amount, but we could always do more, and we'd be glad to have more resources to help our friends outside the rich part of the world. No reports for religious life, as far as I know, or multilingual resources. I've already given a written report on the patrimony. Father Lewis, you have anything on scouting? Father Barry Lewis, come on forward. Good afternoon, and I promise I'll be under 15 minutes. We have a total of 30 awards that have been given out since we started this, I think, about 17 years ago. We have only 5 for the Cub Scouts. That's boys from 8 to 12. When they're 12 years old, they've got to go into the Boy Scouts. Boy Scouts start at 12, and they go until they're 18 now. They have to get their awards done before they're 18. They can remain in the Boy Scout program, but they're no longer receiving awards. They're helping other kids get their awards. And we have 16 of those. Of those, we've just given out our 3rd Service Day Award, and that's a cross and the church flag in the shape of a ribbon, but they also have the seal, the crossed crozier, and what's the other thing on there? I can't see it. The crozier and key, bishop's. And the adult award, we have 9, and that's a secret operation that happens. Parents, male, female, can be assisting a troop, Cub Pack, and this person is there all the time, always there, taking kids to camp, providing transportation. Scoutmaster says, hey, I've got these 3 boys, they love to go to camp, but they're a little short on funds. He's always there. Boom, the money's there. Things like this, distance, they usually have some scouting background themselves or not. It's not necessary. But adults or the people of the troop get together and they say, you know, he deserves an award, some kind of identity. And if anybody knows the Tackleberries, I think the whole family now has got awards. But it's the St. Michael's Award. Got a little St. Michael with a very obvious identity, kind of English cross in the back, hung by the church flag colors. And again, like I say, we've got 9 of those. So anybody have any questions on it, you can contact me in the back. And I also have a few pamphlets, brochures for the kids to use that they fill it out with the assistance of their priest. They send it to me, and the award is worked out to a date where the Archbishop signs, the local diocesan signs, and the Scoutmaster signs along with their priest. Thank you. Father Bruce, you're next on the agenda. Come higher, friend.
Thank you, Your Grace, bishops, delegates, visitors. The Trinitarian is a real thing that I've really come to love. It's an offer of work that I accepted with some trepidation because I have a lot of jobs already, secular and otherwise, and I've really come to enjoy and treasure the work of the Trinitarian. I see it really as an important sign that the Anglican Catholic Church, and in a larger extent the G3 and our other partners and friends, is not just a sort of moribund group of people who are protesting against a bunch of different isms and secularism and nihilism and maybe worse, bad taste and bad manners, but we're actually a living, growing, worshiping, loving and praying body of Christ. And it's a way of really getting that message out, that that's what we are. There's really 2 main parts of our Trinitarian work. One is to function as the legal organ of the church to make a record of Episcopal acts. So our first challenge is trying to entice bishops to send to me their Episcopal acts so that we can make a record of those. And also for clergy to send notices of weddings and baptisms, things like that. Not just so that we can make a legal record of those things, although that's important, but also because that shows, it helps prevent the kind of atomization that people experience sometimes in smaller parishes and isolated parishes, where they may feel that they're laboring alone or in vain, and they can suddenly see a much larger picture of a church that's vital and a church that has folks who are doing the same work as they're doing in Africa and in Asia and in South America and across North America and all around the world. So it's really an important thing. Someone told me the other day, you'll print just about anything, won't you? And that was not meant as a kindness. And I said, yes, actually I will, because living, growing, worshiping, faithful bodies have things they need to discuss, and within the rules of reason and civility, I will print just about anything that falls under those categories, because I want us to have vibrant discussions on things that are important to us as a living, growing, worshiping church. So please do subscribe to the Trinitarian. We cannot continue without subscriptions. We have a variety of subscription options available. All that information is in the information provided in the financial reports provided by our publisher, Paul Holmes. A lot of work goes into making the Trinitarian what it is. And I will say that although we're aware of the fact that it's the 21st century now, and that newspapers may be sort of an antiquated thing, as the Archbishop pointed out earlier, there are a lot of places in the world where people really appreciate having that paper in hand. And secondly, it's another sign of the stability of our living and active church, because you can go to a website that claims to have 400,000 members, and it's really just two cranky, overweight guys behind some nail polishing place with 3 or 4 servers. They look like they have a gigantic sort of operation. You can't, you have to actually have a real stable operation to publish a hard copy newspaper. And that says something, I think, to people out there, that we're here to stay, and we have a lot of wonderful things to report. So please do support the Trinitarian. Please send me any information, news you have. The only thing that I've never printed is stuff I didn't have room to print, and then I try to get it in on the next issue. So happy to answer any questions anybody might have. I'm easy to find. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The 21st century is overrated. I got my first cell phone in January, and you're so very, very wrong. The guy said, well, welcome to the 21st century. And I said, I have serious qualms about the 20th century. All right. Should have kept my agenda before me. Well, we're moving along pretty well, despite Constitution and Canons matters. Provincial Secretary reports. Is that in the packets? All right.
It wasn't in the original packet, but it was just what was printed out.
Oh, right.
I'm gonna kill myself on the
Don't do that.
So I'm not going to read the numbers for you. You can read all of those. These numbers are as of, several of these numbers were just given to me yesterday, so which is why it wasn't in the packet. But you can see that our overseas South African and our African dioceses are growing strong. We should all be looking for that kind of growth in the U.S. And just a reminder, please make sure that I have your correct secretary, contact, whoever I need to send my report form to so I can get these reports updated. It is a canonical requirement that you provide these numbers. So I send out the request, and then I have to fight tooth and nail to get a response back. So please do remember that it is a canonical requirement, and I'm not just being nosy or trying to add something else to your task. So anyway, the report is what it is and the numbers that I was given. So thank you.
Father Foggin, do you have a report as registrar? The registrar's files, which were mostly about Episcopal consecrations that were in Father Dennis Saucy's custody, have now been conveyed to Athens. So I have those. So that's good.
Your Grace, my Lords Bishop, Reverend Fathers, ladies and gentlemen, I, Jonathan Foggin, Deputy Provincial Registrar, submit the following report on behalf of the Provincial Registrar. Is it still Father Saucy? Unfilled, it is me. I'm listed as deputy in there. So, all right, I'll change that. I, Jonathan Foggin, Provincial Registrar, submit this on behalf of myself. In November of 2021, Archbishop Haverland participated in the consecrations of the Reverend Jacob Catlego Casey and the Reverend Elliot Leon Mnyande for the province of Southern Africa. There were no new consecrations in the original province. The see of the Diocese of the Midwest fell vacant with the death of the Right Reverend Romy Michael Starks in August of 2023. I will report any further changes or developments at the next Provincial Synod.
Thank you. Provincial Chancellor, Father Hollister, Canon Hollister. The first time I got a nasty legal letter was during one of the schisms. I think it was the Allentown thing. I think I got one at both of the two we've had. And it was very threatening. And I called Dr. Wiswall, and he said, "Oh, just throw that away. That's a bunch of hooey." And I began to understand and appreciate more those Gospels in St. John's Gospel about the Paraclete. Because the Paraclete is the person who stands next to you and advocates for you, especially in a court of law. And if you're in trouble, or really not in trouble, but just worried, a lawyer can be a wonderful thing, especially if he doesn't charge you. And by charge, I should say bill.
Just remember that great piece of American folk wisdom. If you're really in trouble, you need an old lawyer or a young doctor. I know you've heard far too much from me already today, but I have a couple of things I want to say to you. The first is we, unfortunately, in the last few months have lost two men who have been important to the legal affairs of this church. One was Bruce Shine, who in the early years of the church was chancellor for a significant period. I once asked him why he stopped being chancellor, and he said prolonged contact with bishops was not good for his faith. I have to say, in my 32 years, I haven't had quite that experience, although there have been one or two bishops who have not been particularly good for my faith, but the Lord has been very gracious and has swept them out from among us. So the other was incredibly distinguished and scholarly and generally all around gentleman, scholar, and judge of good whiskey, Frank Wiswall, who died a couple of months ago. And I'd ask you to pray with me to remember these men. Almighty God and Heavenly Father, we remember this day before Thee, Thy faithful servants Bruce Shine and Frank Wiswall. And we pray Thee that having opened to them the gates of larger life, Thou wilt receive them more and more into Thy joyful service, that they may win with Thee and Thy servants everywhere the eternal victory, through Christ our Lord. Amen. As I've had occasion to tell you in past years, the two principal things, aside from messing around with drafting canons and fun stuff like that, that the Chancellor's office does, we have the job of pursuing trade or service mark infringements on the marks of the church, like the name Anglican Catholic Church. It's amazing how many people who are not Anglican Catholics want to call themselves that. That must indicate we have, at least in some quarters, a good reputation. Along those lines, a few months ago, one of my parishioners in New Orleans brought to me a new copy of the Yellow Pages, which the first thing that astonished me. Speaking of the 21st century, I wasn't aware there still was such a thing as the Yellow Pages. And she turned it to the section where, right above the Baptists, which had, of course, a long listing in a southern place like New Orleans, there was one bold heading, Anglican Catholic, and then there was a name of a Roman Catholic parish down in St. Bernard, which is just to the southwest of New Orleans, the city itself, part of the metropolitan area. So I wrote the publisher of the Yellow Pages and said, in the first place, Anglican Catholic is a federally registered service mark, and the second place, this particular group is not part of the Anglican Catholic Church. It is part of the Roman Catholic Church, and I'm pretty sure they would not be any happier about being confused with us than we are about having our one Anglican Catholic parish in the New Orleans metropolitan area not mentioned in your book, but somebody who isn't is. And I got a nice letter back from the publisher saying that we'll fix it in the next edition. But so that's, we do a small amount of that, less and less over the years has been required. The other thing is general legal advice, and in one recent case, as an example of our G3 collegiality, I got a call from a bishop of one of our sisters in communion saying that I don't have anybody I can ask about a problem. Can you help me? And with the approval of both my bishop, Bishop Lowe, and with the Archbishop Haviland's approval, I did what I could for him. But it's nice to know that we are in some strange administrative ways drawing closer together in some of these events. Unfortunately, when the church gets too peaceful and we are doing too well and we look like we are poised to grow and advance, the devil then decides it's desirable to stir up trouble among us and retard our progress, which has recently happened in a parish in Mississippi. The people there, of course, are very distraught about having schism in their parish and the loyal faction being locked out of the building by the disloyal faction and so on. And all I could tell them is, this is nothing new. I counted on my fingers, and I think this might be my 10th or 11th time around this racetrack since 1985. We will win, because the constitutional arrangements under the First Amendment for hierarchical churches are very much in our favor, but it's going to be a long and stressful time and a somewhat expensive time. So one of the things this current situation brought to my attention is, and I know lots of people stand up here before you at synods and talk about money, but it would behoove all of us in our diocesan synods to think about opening a line item for legal expenses and just slowly over time accumulating some funds in that, because if we have a problem that involves our going to court, we're probably going to have an expenditure of several $1,000s right up front to get anybody to go in and represent us. That's one thing I'd like you to think about and carry away from this. The other thing that this situation brought to my attention, especially with the loss of Dr. Wiswall and Mr. Shine, we are dwindling in the numbers of people who have experience with the intricacies of the church and its corporate structure, its relationship to the state, and that particular area of the law. And I'm, as of this coming Saturday, will be 77. As many of you know, 5 years ago I had a massive heart attack, which I've fortunately recovered from, but I have to be aware of the ticking of the clock. And I would ask all of you to think about, do you know someone of legal training and experience who might be encouraged to take an interest in this area, because we need to provide for the church's interests in the legal realm for the future. And we can't wait an indefinite amount of time until everyone who's currently involved in it has passed from the scene. We have several people who have been helping us in various ways, but some of them have hindrances to their being fully engaged in it, such as jobs where they're not allowed to take private work and so on. So if you can think of somebody you could suggest, why don't you talk to your bishop about getting involved in this? It would be very helpful. Other than that, I don't have anything specific. We just have one problem on our plate right now, which is pretty good compared to our history of the last 30-some years. And so the Lord's probably still looking out for us, as he has all the time this church has been in existence.
Thank you.
We're getting close to 4. Father Klein, will you be here tomorrow morning?
I can do it tomorrow morning or 3 minutes right now.
If you can do it in 3 minutes, we can do it right now. We'll still be done before 4. I still haven't sold these missiles. $275, cheap at the price.
That wasn't part of my 3 minutes. I'm Father John William Klein, Diocese of the Holy Cross, rector of St. James the Great Anglican Church in Smith Station, Sweet Home, Alabama. And I'm going to do this in 3 minutes, I hope. I promise the Archbishop. Thank you, Your Grace, for the time. Start clocking me now. The purpose is, of course, the renewal of the church and to bring all of us into close personal union with Christ. I have a second purpose, of which we've been very successful, and that is to sponsor and send free of charge poor young priests to the Holy Land. It is awesome for priestly formation and for the renewal of the church, and they will never preach and teach the same way again. I'm pretty successful. Last year I raised $12,000 and sent 3 priests. 2 of them are here today. Father Braddock, stand up real quickly. And Father Gettings, stand up, please, and wave. There you are. The east and west ends of the Diocese of the Holy Cross, and they're helping me again this year. Father Gettings is working on sending a young priest, as it were, and helping me with this, and Father Braddock, a senior and well-respected priest. Now, so if you have money to send me, and you'll find my name and my number on these flyers, there are plenty at the station at the table we have, and I have plenty more here. Do help me. And I recently spoke at the Society of the Holy Cross in Hackensack, New Jersey, and I got lovely response there and money. Secondly, the structure of the retreat is the first half in Galilee to trace the ministry of Christ and to walk with him. And you'll see it all outlined in this flyer. And the second, of course, is Jerusalem. And it reaches its climax at the carrying of a wooden cross on the Via Dolorosa along the way of the cross to the Holy Sepulchre. The last Mass, there's 7 altogether, is at the Garden Tomb. Can't celebrate in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Even the Pope only got about 30 feet on that one. But the reality is, it is awesome there, and we use, of course, the Easter propers. Please read what I've written. And finally, the present state of pilgrimage. Well, things were going along swimmingly till last Saturday morning when I woke up. And please disregard the peaceful paragraph that I wrote in here. Now, I want to say that we will never, ever put pilgrims in harm's way, ever. We'll never do anything. We have guides on the ground in Israel. Amos and Yair Mazur are perfectly safe. So is our Palestinian Christian guide in Bethlehem. And we will never, ever do anything to put anyone near harm. However, we will never stop taking pilgrimages. That's the most important thing you should remember. I cannot predict what will happen at the beginning of February 2024, but I'll keep you posted. I'll let you know, and if we're going, we'll go. But if we don't go January 31st, we will be going later, Eastertide, or whenever we can, whenever it is perfect. Now, finally, I would say, please, pray for the peace of Jerusalem, pray for the peace of Israel. And with the Passover Seder and Fiddler on the Roof, next year in Jerusalem. God bless you all.
You kept it to 3 minutes, so I may let you do that again. We have moved well through our agenda. Tomorrow we will reassemble. We will have Canon Kester's report and a couple other items of business on the agenda, the separate houses scheduled for the morning. And then we will separate into our separate houses, probably have the bishops come up to my 2-bedroom living room penthouse. I'm trying to figure out how I can sleep in 3 beds, and I haven't figured that out. And then the laity will probably stay here, and we'll have a room for the clergy. So we'll let you know about all that tomorrow. Who knows where the bishops really will go. So Evensong is on the schedule for 5:15. Continuing forward talk is next door? In the chapel. And that's pretty much immediately. So God bless you, and we'll see you tomorrow morning and later today.